Good evening. I'd like to call to order the continued special meeting of the San Francisco Ethics Commission. We'll begin by taking the roll. Commissioner Studley.
Here.
Commissioner Liu.
Here.
Commissioner Hayon.
Here.
Commissioner Rennie.
Here.
All commissioners being present, we are ready to begin. Council, before we start with the testimony of Ms. Haynes, are there any issues that need to be addressed?
I don't think so on behalf of the sheriff. Thank you.
None for the mayor.
Who will be conducting the examination for the mayor?
Of which witness?
Of Ms. Haynes?
I will.
Ms. Kaiser, do you have an estimate on how long you expect to be with her?
I don't know for sure. I would guess an hour and a half to 2 hours.
Okay.
And I'll try and speak into the microphone.
An hour and a half to two. It's a one-page declaration, Ms.
That's part of the problem.
Kaiser.
Right.
Okay. Well, we'll see how it goes.
Okay. I will do what I can to be speedy. I understand that we want to finish.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay, then, without further ado, if Ms. Ng could invite Ms. Haynes into the hearing room.
Is that it? It's the way.
Thank you.
It says here tapped.
Before we swear the witness, I'd like to instruct the Sheriff's Department to please remove anyone from the hearing room who makes any outburst. Again, for the public, we certainly appreciate your presence. Given that we are engaging in live testimony here, we're going to have a very strict rule about any noises or outbursts from the crowd, and we hope you understand that. So please do not wait for instruction from me. Just if you hear somebody, please remove them.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, Chairperson Herr, having just spoken with Mr. Sapphire, counsel for Ms. Haynes, I think he would like to address the commission prior to her taking the stand.
If I may be heard briefly.
Very well.
Either use that one or this one.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. My name is Eric Sapphire, and I represent Lynette Haynes relative to these proceedings. We received subpoenas from both parties in this case, I think signed by yourself, and it was our understanding that the purpose of the testimony is to be cross-examined relative to issues that were raised in Ms. Haynes' declaration. But since that time, it's become clear that the issue, at least according to the mayor's statements, has to do with the conviction of the sheriff and whether or not that conviction rises to the level of conduct that requires termination. And in that regard, Ms. Haynes has no relevant testimony. So unless there are issues that relate strictly to her declaration, she has no relevant testimony to be cross-examined upon.
I'm not sure you're familiar with the amended charges that the mayor has filed, but in those charges, the mayor alleges that Ms. Haynes was involved in acts to intimidate witnesses at the direction of the sheriff. As a result, Ms. Haynes is on the mayor's witness list as well, so there is going to be some examination beyond the scope of direct. And as a result, although I wouldn't comment on the relevance of her testimony until we hear questions, I think there's enough foundation for her to be here and to be questioned.
So she will be cross-examined, or she will be examined, I should say, about issues regarding the conversations on January 4th and the issues raised in her declaration. And it's not just limited to the, as we read in the paper, the process of the conviction.
I will not comment what was in the paper, but what my understanding is that she's going to be examined on the topics that I just addressed.
Okay, very well.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, one last thing. Counsel, do you need all of the seats that are behind you? I understand there are a lot of people waiting, and so if they're not needed, perhaps we can fill them if there are people who want to fill them.
We can release, I think, we had 10, and I think we can release, got 4 of us, 5. We can release 3 of them.
What about from the mayor's side? Any?
I think we only have 2 more seats back here. I think we'll need them.
So you can release 2?
We only have 2 more back here, and I think we'll need them.
Oh, you need them. Okay.
Mayor's office.
Okay, so we can make room for 3 more people, it looks like.
Almost 2 seats.
Okay.
Will the court reporter please swear in the witness?
Ms. Haynes, if you'd stand and raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly state under penalty of perjury that the testimony you may give before this meeting of the San Francisco Ethics Commission will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Good evening, Ms. Haynes. My name is Sherry Kaiser. I'm counsel for the mayor in these proceedings.
Good evening.
This setup can be a little bit awkward, so if I stray away from the microphone and you can't hear me, please let me know.
Sure.
I appreciate you coming in. I know that this isn't really anyone's favorite activity, so thank you for being here. I wanted to start by asking you, other than your attorney, Mr. Sapphire, who have you spoken to prepare your testimony here today?
I pretty much prepared by myself, and if I had any conversation, it was with my wife.
Did you talk to the sheriff about your testimony here today? By sheriff, I mean Sheriff Mirkarimi.
No.
Did you talk to Eliana Lopez about your testimony here today?
No.
Did you talk to any of their attorneys?
No.
Are you familiar with the prior testimony or the evidence that's already been submitted in this case?
Some evidence, but I haven't really been following the case that closely.
What have you reviewed?
I've reviewed, I guess, the evidence, Exhibit 80 and 81. I think 81 I was concerned with because that's something that I'm involved in.
80 and 81, I think those are the text messages
Yes.
back and forth
Yes.
that Sheriff Mirkarimi produced?
Yes.
Okay. Did you review the declaration of Ivory Madison?
No, I did not.
Did you review Eliana Lopez's declaration?
No, I did not.
Did you review Callie Williams's declaration?
No, I definitely did not.
Thank you. Did you review the sheriff's declaration?
No, I did not.
And did you review any of the expert declarations in this case?
No, I did not.
Okay, thank you. But you yourself filed a declaration in this case, is that correct?
I did. And
Did-
I watched a little bit of the Ethics Commission, like a couple of the sessions, and that's about it.
Do you remember which sessions you watched?
When Ross Mirkarimi was testifying.
Okay, so you did review, you watched his testimony live?
On the TV, yeah.
Okay. Did you see any other sessions that included witness testimony?
I saw a little bit of the mayor's testimony before the television was cut off. Yeah.
And was there any other session that you watched?
No.
Okay. So, but you did file a declaration in this case, correct?
That's asked and answered.
Sustained.
Did you file this declaration at Sheriff Mirkarimi's request?
No, actually, my attorney asked me to do a declaration, and I only talked to my attorney about it.
Do you know who requested your attorney to ask you to file a declaration in this case?
No, I do not.
Objection calls for hearsay.
Did your attorney tell you why he was asking you?
Calls for communication between my client and myself.
I'm sorry, sir. Can you please come, maybe get the microphone? I understand you may have to make privileged objections, but there's a microphone right there if you could speak into that.
I object based on the attorney-client privilege.
We asked to, by
Hold
we, I
on.
mean the city attorney's office.
Ms. Kaiser, we're considering an objection. Can you please
Oh, I'm
read back
sorry.
the question?
Did your attorney tell you why he was asking? I'm sorry. Do you know who requested your attorney to ask you to file a declaration in this case? The answer was no, I do not. Question, did your attorney tell you why he was asking you? And that was when Mr. Sapphire objected.
Sustained.
On behalf of the mayor, the city attorney's office contacted you and asked you to speak to our office and our investigators voluntarily. Isn't that correct?
Can you repeat the first part of the question?
Yes. On behalf of the mayor, the city attorney's office contacted you and asked you to speak with us voluntarily. Isn't that correct?
Yes, it is.
And you declined to do so. Isn't that right?
Yes, I did. Respectfully.
Are you familiar with the contents of the declaration that you submitted in this case?
Yes, I am.
Did you submit it under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I did.
And I intend to quote passages here and there from your declaration. As we've already discussed, it's only one page. I have extra copies if you want to refer to it. But I just wanted to let you know to stop me if I say anything that you think doesn't sound right, or if you want to refer to what the declaration itself says. Okay? I'm happy to make it available to you. So the first thing your declaration says is that you served as the campaign manager for Ross Mirkarimi's successful campaign for sheriff during the fall 2011 election. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Had you done similar work in the past?
Objection
Yes,
relevance.
Give you some leeway. It's overruled.
Yes, I've actually served. I've been a campaign manager a couple of times, and I've had successful campaigns.
And have those always been in San Francisco?
Yes.
Okay. How many times have you served as a campaign manager in the past?
It'll be a total of 3 times.
Okay. And how does one become a campaign manager?
Objection relevance.
Counsel, where are we going with this?
I'm laying a foundation for bias.
Okay, get there quickly. Overruled.
What's the question once more? Sorry, I got a little distracted.
Could you read the question, please?
And how does one become a campaign manager?
Hey, Mr. Commissioner, how does one be educated, or how does one get hired?
Mr. Sapphire, you're permitted to interpose privilege objections, but you're not permitted to propound form objections. Please do not interrupt unless you have a privilege objection.
I'm sure there's many ways that people become campaign managers. I can only speak how I became a campaign manager.
Okay. How did you become a campaign manager?
In all 3 instances, the candidate approached me and asked me to be their campaign manager.
Okay. Did that have anything to do with having done a good job in the past?
No.
No. Okay.
Unless, well, I guess you could say after being a campaign manager for one of the campaigns, then I was asked to be a legislative aide afterwards. So in that case, I guess then you could say yes.
When did you get hired to be Sheriff Mirkarimi's campaign manager?
I believe it was in September of 2011. I don't know the exact date.
And what were your duties?
My duties were, for the most part, organizing, field organizing, bringing in volunteers, recruiting volunteers, keeping them energized and working inspired, and managing events.
Are there other kinds of campaign managers?
Objection vague.
Sustained.
I believe
You don't.
I don't have to answer that.
Yeah.
Do you understand the question?
I think you should repeat it.
Okay.
Counsel,
Are there?
The objection was sustained. You can rephrase your question, but
Okay. It was just unclear that she didn't understand, but I will do so. Are there other kinds of positions within Sheriff Mirkarimi's campaign, to be concrete, that are referred to as campaign manager? Or is there only one campaign manager in a campaign?
In Ross Mirkarimi's campaign,
Yes.
there was only one campaign manager.
Okay. Were you paid for your services?
Yes, I was.
And how much were you paid, just ballpark amount?
Objection relevance.
overruled.
A whopping $6,800.
And did the campaign pay you directly or through some other intermediary?
Directly.
Are there other benefits to being a campaign manager besides a whopping $6,800?
Really believing in your candidate, believing in the issues that your candidate is promoting, trying to make your community, San Francisco, a better place. I believe that that is a great benefit and a passion of why you do this work.
Isn't it also the case that you know people in power and have influence in their decisions if you successfully help them with their campaign?
I think it depends on how you define power and how you define influence.
Okay, I have a PowerPoint that I'm going to try to work with because we discovered at the last hearing that, the exhibits were sometimes unwieldy. I'll try this. If it doesn't work or if the commission's not satisfied with it, we'll go back to using the paper exhibits. Okay. And I just beg your indulgence for a moment as I try and set it up. I also noticed.
What is the PowerPoint of?
The PowerPoint is of exhibits that are existing and already in evidence, so excerpts from Exhibit 81 and 83 predominantly.
Any objection from Sheriff's Counsel?
No.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Could I have a little water? Is there any water?
Not right now. There we go.
Yeah, I think we'll just try and use the overhead if we can. At this space. Can I have the-
Not too good.
All right, we'll try our second line technology. Okay, that looks more promising. All right, well, we'll do our best. Okay. This unfortunately, I did not come with copies of this presentation for everyone. What I can do is I do have a copy that I can share with the witness, but I can also tell the commission where exactly these documents are located. Or if you'd prefer, we could break for just 10 minutes and I can make you a copy of the whole set, because our offices are nearby.
As long as you reference the exhibit number, I think we'll be okay.
Okay? All right. Let me know if you want something different. Sorry for the technical difficulties. It's always a risk. All right, Ms. Haynes, this is a copy. This is a copy of what's on the screen that sadly is behind you.
Okay.
I didn't realize that was going to be the setup, and I apologize for that.
Okay.
My question had been about intangible benefits that flow to you from being a campaign manager, or really anyone in politics. And that is, I was asking you, isn't it the case that you become then connected and influential with people in power and have the ability to influence their decisions?
You can advocate for your communities. That's why I do
Well,
it.
I don't think there was a question pending, so I'll object.
Isn't that the case? It was a question.
Okay.
I'm going to sustain that. I got lost in that statement
Okay, fine.
and question.
Moving on then. If you'll look at the excerpt from Exhibit 81 that I've given you, it is a text exchange between you and Sheriff Mirkarimi that's already been submitted into evidence. And I just wanted to point out to you the text that begins, "Hi Ross, if you haven't made a decision on your chief of staff, I have two great people for you to consider. Let me know if you're interested." And can you read for me what the sheriff responded?
It reads, "Always interested in what you have to say."
And how did you begin your response?
I said, "Thank you."
Right, because it's nice, isn't it, to have an elected official who's always interested in what you have to say.
Objection, relevance.
Bias,
Overruled, counsel, but I think we're getting the point.
that's fine. Are you planning to continue doing consulting and campaign work in the future?
After this experience, I'm not sure.
What's your best guess?
I'm leaning towards maybe no.
Okay.
It depends. I have to be really called for the candidate and really believe in the candidate, and that's always been who I am and why I do what I do. I don't just pick anyone to work for.
Move to strike the statement about choosing your candidate and working for your candidate. It wasn't responsive to the question.
I'm sorry, can you please read back the question?
The original question was, what's your best guess? Answer, I'm leaning towards maybe no. Question.
Okay, I don't need the answer. Thank you. The objection's overruled.
Ms. Haynes, does a political aide or a campaign manager have to be loyal?
Define loyalty.
And what does it mean to you?
You asked the question.
But I want you to give an answer that makes sense to you. And since I'm asking the questions, my question for you is, what does loyalty mean to you?
I think it depends on probably a candidate would want or someone, anyone, I would think, not just a candidate, but just a boss, an employer would want loyal, hardworking employees. So I think that spans across any profession, any commission.
Can you explain a little bit more about what you mean about loyalty? You said a loyal and hardworking employee, but you didn't explain what you meant by loyalty.
Well, to me, what loyalty means is actually honesty. I have seen where maybe loyalty to other people it can be defined different ways. But for me, loyalty is honesty and will always be honest, not just tell a candidate what they want to hear, not just do what a candidate or a supervisor or a sheriff wants you to do. You would be honest and have honest dialogue. And that is loyalty to me.
Thank you. Do you think that a campaign manager is supposed to protect the elected official from political attacks?
While you're in the throes of a campaign, yes. Mostly, I think it's about knowing the political landscape and informing the candidate about the political landscape and any political insights you may have.
Is part of a campaign manager's job to protect the candidate or the official from scandal?
Maybe for some campaign managers.
Did you perceive that as part of your job?
No, I did not.
Is part of a campaign manager's job to hush controversy or do damage control?
I think generally speaking, for campaign managers, you would work on communications.
Did you see hushing controversy or doing damage control as part of your job as campaign manager?
No, I did not.
Do you think someone who isn't loyal or doesn't protect an official from political attacks or doesn't protect an official from scandal or hush controversy, do you think someone who doesn't do those things would be successful in a future political career?
Objection, relevance, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
So answer the question? Or?
No.
You don't need to answer.
Okay.
When did you first meet Eliana Lopez?
I met Eliana Lopez while I was working as campaign manager for Ross Mirkarimi.
Do you remember about when that was?
In September. Sometime in September when she's come in the campaign office.
Did Sheriff Mirkarimi introduce you?
I don't remember.
Do you remember when you first spoke to her?
Not the first conversation. No, I don't remember.
What was your impression of her when you met her?
She was friendly, very nice, happy.
And how well did you get to know each other?
To what point? To what point? Or during
Well-
the...
Would you describe her as your friend?
I would say we were friendly.
But you'd stop short of saying she was your friend?
Yeah, she wasn't... I mean, I met her by the candidate's wife, and then we were friendly.
Okay. I assume you noticed that English is not her first language.
Yes.
And how would you characterize her verbal English abilities?
Good. I mean, sometimes I witnessed a couple kind of confusion, miscommunication because of language.
Did you have any opportunity to see her written English?
Never.
Okay.
Oh, actually, one time, one email about a Halloween parade, I believe, or something with the campaign.
And did you notice anything about her written English abilities?
Well, you could tell English was not her first language.
Did you ever go out socially with Ms. Lopez?
No, never.
Did you ever tell her about your professional or personal background?
One time we chatted, and we were talking about, she was talking about her passion about women's rights and about her anti-violence work in Venezuela, and I shared a little bit about mine.
What did you tell her?
Basically, I shared her passion for women's rights, and I've shared her passion. She did some anti-homophobia work as well, so I shared her passion there. And also, I let her know that I had worked in the field of domestic violence and also anti-human trafficking international.
Tell me more about your domestic violence work. Where did you get that background?
I worked at Sor Juana Inez Services for Abused Women, and that's a domestic violence agency that serves primarily Latina women and immigrant women in San Mateo. And I was a volunteer coordinator, and I was a volunteer and community education coordinator.
How long did you work there?
I think it was about a year and a half or 2 years. I believe.
And when was that?
The mid-'90s or mid to late '90s.
Do you have any formal training in domestic violence?
While I worked there, we went through a 40-hour course, certificate course through the state of California.
So you have a certificate in domestic violence?
Yes, from back then, yes.
Do you know the name of this certificate?
It's just it's just a 40-hour training that
Okay.
most like domestic violence agencies have their volunteers go through.
Okay. So what of all of this do you remember telling Ms. Lopez about?
I didn't go into detail. I just said that I worked in the field of domestic violence.
Okay.
And also, I served as a consultant to the SF County Jail here in San Francisco for the Sister Program. I was a consultant for their domestic violence and healthy empowerment class. I created the curriculum. I actually taught in the jails, tried out the curriculum, had it finalized, and just trained some of the staff. And that was like, I think it was like early 2000.
Who were you working for at the time?
It was for the Sisters Pod, the D Pod.
Okay. So with that amount of contact with the issue of domestic violence, is it fair to say that you're familiar with recanting victims?
Okay, what do you mean by recanting? Sorry, I don't know what that...
That victims of domestic violence often recant their reports. Are you familiar with that?
Objection, relevance. She's not an expert witness.
Overruled.
Yes, I am.
Do you agree that batterers should be prosecuted even if victims recant?
Objection, relevance.
I assume this is not going to be a long line. I'm going to overrule that, but
I'll keep it
let's
short.
move on. You may answer the question, Ms. Haynes.
Yes, I do.
Are you familiar with the power and control wheel?
Absolutely, yeah.
So you're familiar that physical abuse can happen in relationships that are also characterized by emotional abuse or sexual abuse?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And verbal abuse.
And verbal abuse, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Did you communicate with Sheriff Mirkarimi by phone or by text at any time between December 31st and the beginning of January 4th?
I only had 3 text messages to Ross Mirkarimi during that time. And those text messages were Happy New Year, all good things for all of us in 2012 for your family. I was wishing him good wishes. And then also the other 2 texts that were letting him know that if he hadn't found a chief of staff, that I may have 2 good recommendations for him.
Did you communicate about anything else by phone? Those were the texts. Did you have any additional conversations by phone?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you communicate with him by email?
No, I did not.
Do you routinely, at that time, did you sometimes communicate with him by email?
At what time?
That time period, December 31st to January 1st. But I really mean sort of the period when you were working as a campaign manager and thereafter while you stayed in contact with the sheriff.
Well, I think the question's vague as to time.
Ms. Haynes, do you understand the question?
It's kind of vague. I feel like she's asking 2 questions. So
Sustained.
maybe if you want to ask everything you want to ask.
Okay.
I'll answer.
I'll ask it separately then. Did you communicate with Sheriff Mirkarimi by email between December 31st and January 4th?
No, I did not have any emails with him.
Did you routinely communicate with Sheriff Mirkarimi by email while you were his campaign manager in the period thereafter?
Not really. It was more, in the campaign office when we're working. And I guess some phone calls and texts.
Did you ever communicate with him by email?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
Did you ever communicate with Ms. Lopez by email?
I don't remember.
Did you have her email address?
I think there was actually one time she had written me, that when I was talking to you about the Halloween, it was either the Halloween or a fundraiser that she was working on, and I responded to her because she wrote me, I responded to her back. But that's during the camp, that was prior to December 31st, so.
Yes, that I was asking in general whether you ever communicated with the sheriff by email, and then I followed up with whether you ever communicated with Ms. Lopez by email.
Right, those are the only 2 times, I think, that I talked to Ileana Lopez with email.
Okay.
During the campaign time.
Okay. The mayor subpoenaed your documents regarding the events of December 31st and the arrest and prosecution of Sheriff Mirkarimi, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
And the court ordered you to produce any records in your control that were from or to or between anyone in regard to the December 31st incident and the subsequent police investigation and prosecution. Isn't that correct?
And I'm not sure if the question's finished, but I'd object on relevance grounds.
Counsel, what's the relevance?
I'm asking her about documents that she was not able to provide, and I'm first establishing a foundation that the court ordered her to provide them.
Okay, I'm going to overrule the relevance objection. I would caution the witness not to reveal any communications you had with your counsel in your answer.
That's correct. And for clarification, I mean, the court excluded attorney-client communications.
Okay.
So is it your recollection that the court ordered you to produce all your records, other than attorney-client communications, in regard to the December 31st incident and the subsequent police investigation and prosecution of Ross Mirkarimi, and that included your emails as well as any other documents you might have?
Yes.
Did you do a search for such documents?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
And what did you produce after your search? Do you remember?
I didn't have any emails during that time period that was asked What's the time period that you're asking from, for the December 31st
Well,
to the 1st?
Yeah, then
or
I have
to
to
the
object
14th?
if the question's vague, if she can't understand it.
Sustained.
Would you like to review the court order to refresh your
Well,
recollection?
I'm just asking you, what is the time period you're asking me?
Counsel,
So I'm
there's
just-
there's no question pending, so there's nothing to refresh. I would just ask the question.
All
Again.
right. What did you produce in response to the court order?
So that calls for communications between herself and her lawyer.
Overruled. I mean, there were documents that were produced. The fact that the documents were produced is not privileged.
To whom?
Counsel, your objection is overruled. You
So
can answer the
from
question.
December 31st to whatever January, the 2-week period that they had asked me, I produced whatever I had. And so I think it was 2 emails that really probably I don't think is that related to the case, but I forwarded it and we produced that.
Did you then only search for documents within a certain time period?
I searched for, I think I put a search for all of the documents, and that's what I had, and it was during that time period.
We know from documents that Sheriff Mirkarimi has produced that there were text messages, and I'm going to show them to you soon, between you and the sheriff in regard to these topics that you didn't produce to us, and I'm wondering if you can tell me why.
I
Well,
actually,
objection, that assumes facts aren't evidence. There's no foundation.
They were-
Counsel's testifying.
Overruled.
so answer the question?
Answer the question, please.
So in terms of texts, I actually erase texts on a regular basis because I get a lot of text in. And so by the time they asked me to produce any texts, I already had erased my text from those time periods. So I didn't have anything. So it's not that I'm not giving it to you. I didn't have anything.
And do you also erase your emails?
No, I don't.
Do you erase all of your texts from everyone you speak to? Or everyone you text with, I guess I should say?
Business, a lot of business, and probably some of the personal too, because it starts taking up a lot of space on your phone.
How long do you wait before you delete your texts?
Sometimes a week, routinely, like a week or 2 weeks.
So you have a routine time that you go in and delete your texts?
Yeah.
Do you put it on your calendar?
No, I'm not that. No, but I do it routinely.
Do you have your phone with you right now?
No, I do not. Sorry.
Oh. Do you have texts that go back more than a week or two with any of your business acquaintances on your phone now, to the best of your knowledge?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained. Counsel, I would move on.
Since we didn't get the documents, I'm going to have to ask you to rely on your memory. Did you text anyone else besides Ross Mirkarimi and Eliana Lopez about the December 31st incident, the subsequent police investigation, or the prosecution of Ross Mirkarimi?
Not to my knowledge.
You didn't text with political consultants,
No,
board members?
No.
Media contacts?
absolutely not.
Okay, thank you. Your declaration says, on January 4th, 2012, Eliana Lopez contacted me, and I had several phone conversations with her regarding a domestic violence-related incident that had occurred with her husband, Ross Mirkarimi. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
Okay. If my fancy-dancy technology were working, I would have this electronically. Let's see how it looks on the screen. It's an attempt to take the first page of Exhibit 83, and just for your background, Exhibit 83 is a compilation that all counsel have looked at and agreed to that compiles the communications between a number of people on January 4th, just January 4th. Okay. And it's all communications that we're aware of, text, phones, emails, including calls that don't go through or don't get answered. And the people who it records from is Ross Mirkarimi, Eliana Lopez, you, Ivory Madison, Abe Mertens, and Kelly Williams. Okay? So that's what Exhibit 83 is. And there are 7 pages of sort of small text lines. And so in an attempt to help you, I have tried to pull some of these out. If you want to take out your binder, you have exhibits right.
Okay.
Exhibit 83 is there in full. I just want you to know that in case you want to double check any of the things that I'm highlighting here to make sure if you have any doubts about their accuracy. The first box is a series of texts at 10:55 from Eliana Lopez to you, another one, same, and then one at 10:56, again from Eliana Lopez to you. But since we don't have your text, we don't know what the content is, and I'm wondering if you remember what those text messages said.
I vaguely remember, basically, she had let me know that she had an argument with Ross and that she wanted to talk to me. That was the gist of it.
Had she ever confided her personal affairs in you before?
Never.
Were you surprised to get these text messages?
Yes.
Did you have any idea that she was going to contact you about something like that?
I had no idea.
Do you remember the wording of the messages at all?
I don't recall. I'm sorry.
Were they long or short?
I don't remember.
But they did convey that there was an argument. She wanted to talk to you about an argument with her husband.
Yes.
Okay. If you look down, there are some phone calls that, I don't know, I guess I want to ask you, did these phone calls follow as a result of the text messages? Is that why you called Ms. Lopez?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what you talked about on the 11 o'clock call? It was only 1 minute long.
I don't remember. Also, where I live, the phone, it's really bad phone service, and the phone constantly drops. So sometimes someone may call me and will have to call me like 4 or 5 times for us to actually connect.
Okay. According to the exhibit, can you tell me how long you and Ms. Lopez spoke during the 11 o'clock hour?
Well, I believe like we had the 40-minute phone call. We did talk on the phone at length at that point.
Okay. What did you talk about?
She called when we talked to each other. She told me that she had an argument with Ross, and she told me it was an argument about going to Venezuela, and that it ended up in her having a bruise on her arm.
Did she tell you that it wasn't the first time that he had hurt her?
No, she did not say that.
Did she tell you that Theo was present and crying during the argument?
I don't recall.
Did she tell you that the argument happened both in the car and in her home?
No, she only talked about being in the car.
Did she tell you that Sheriff Mirkarimi had threatened her with winning custody because he's a very powerful man?
No, she did not say that to me.
Did, sorry, paper shuffling. Did she say that she shouted very loudly in her house so that her upstairs neighbor could hear the fight?
She did not tell me that, no.
How did she describe the physical contact that led to the bruise?
She actually didn't go into detail. She mostly talked about the argument about going to Venezuela, and that they yelled at each other, and that she got a bruise. But she never went into any detail with me.
Did she tell you where the bruise was?
On her arm.
Did she tell you how big it was?
She did not tell me. Not that I recall.
Did you have an impression?
I don't remember.
So it would be consistent with what you remember now that she could have been talking about a very small bruise.
Objection, that calls for speculation.
Overruled.
My impression was that she just said a bruise on her arm, but so I didn't know what size it was or anything. She didn't go into detail.
Did she tell you that the sheriff repeatedly grabbed her or pulled her or pushed her violently?
No, she did not.
Did she tell you how long the fight went on?
No, she did not.
Did she ever say that she ran out into the street to escape from the fight?
No, she did not.
And I'm sorry, I know I asked and you answered. It's just for my own notification because I forgot. Did she say that whether or not Theo was present for the fight?
I don't remember. I don't recall that. So I'm sorry.
Okay. Did she tell you that Sheriff Mirkarimi was swearing at her?
She said he was yelling.
Did she ever say that she was recording the fight on her mobile phone?
No, she did not tell me that.
Did she tell you that they had been on their way to lunch, but the sheriff had turned the car around and brought her home?
No, she did say they were going to lunch, but she didn't talk about turning around and going home.
Were you under the impression that the fight happened in the restaurant?
No, my impression was that the argument happened in the car, and then she said at one point she stepped out of the car and then was yelling at, they were yelling back and forth, and she didn't care about seeing, and then she got back in the car.
Okay, and you aren't clear whether or not, she didn't tell you whether Theo was in the car?
No, I don't remember. I honestly don't remember.
Okay. Did she tell you that she had been talking about this incident with a neighbor?
She told me that she was really worried about custody issues, and she was talking to a friend who was an attorney.
Did she say this friend was her neighbor, or could she have been referring to someone else?
She just said a friend who was an attorney. She never told me the person's name. She didn't say they were a neighbor. She just said a friend who's an attorney.
What do you remember about how she described this friend or what they were talking about?
She didn't go into any details.
Okay. So she never mentioned to you that she was talking to a neighbor specifically?
She did not say that. She said
Okay.
a friend.
Did she tell you that she had made a video of documenting the bruise?
She did, but way later in the day, not at this phone call.
Okay, not during this phone call?
No.
Okay. But she did tell you later about when? Do you remember?
I think it was late in the afternoon. I don't know if it was more like around 5 or 6 or something more later that day.
Did she describe what she said in the video?
No, she did not.
Did she tell you who she made the video with or who shot the video for her?
No, she just told me a friend helped me do a video just in case I need it for custody issues.
Did she tell you that on the same day that Sheriff Mirkarimi and Eliana Lopez had the argument that led to the bruise, that they, on that day, made a decision to look for a couples therapist?
No, she did not tell me that.
Did she say that the custody of Theo was her only concern?
Her only concern?
In regard to the December 31st incident?
No, she did not.
Did she tell you that Sheriff Mirkarimi had grabbed her arm, taking Theo out of the car seat?
No, she did not tell me that.
Did she tell you that the person who shot the video for her told her what to say in the video?
No, she did not.
Did she tell you that the person who shot the video told her she should go tell her story to a different neighbor?
No, she did not.
Did she tell you that the person who shot the video advised her to accuse the sheriff of domestic violence so that she could get custody of Theo?
No, she did not.
Did she tell you that in that conversation that she believed that Ross was a good and kind person?
In the 40-minute phone call?
Yes.
She did tell me that she really wanted to work on her marriage, and she wanted to make it work. But she said, but just in case, she wanted to make sure she got custody of Theo.
Did she say how she was going to do that?
She wanted to have counseling, maybe, some counseling with both of them, marriage counseling.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat what you just said? I couldn't hear you.
I think at some point, maybe not in that 40-minute conversation, I think it was the next conversation that we had, that she said that she wanted to have marriage counseling. So it wasn't in that conversation,
And
if I
that,
remember correctly.
okay.
Yeah.
And that's how she was going to make her marriage work, was with marriage counseling?
She was going to, she just mentioned it, so I don't know how she was going to make her marriage work. I just know that she had mentioned it.
Okay. And did she tell you that she had any sort of strategy for keeping custody of Theo if the counseling didn't work?
Well, she did say that the video, she had a video, her friend made a video, and just in case she, which is later in the day, she told me, that she would have it just in case,
Okay.
but it was her kind of property, and just in case she needed it.
Your declaration goes on to say, we've talked about some of this, I've had training regarding domestic violence, and my primary concern, this is you discussing the phone call that we just were talking about, my primary concern was to assess the situation and determine if Eliana was in any danger. After speaking with her, I was satisfied that she was not in danger. What did you think she might be in danger of?
Well, if I hear of anything that's somebody's grabbing someone and there's a bruise, I want to explore to see if there was domestic violence that's going on, or if there's a cycle, or if they're afraid. And if so, I want to be able to, if I can, make some referrals and support the person through what they're going through.
So you, if I understand you correctly, you wanted to assess whether this was domestic violence so that you could make a more accurate determination of whether she was in danger?
I wanted to be able to support Ileana. I mean, obviously she's giving me a call in the middle of the day, something that she does not do, and she's telling me about an argument, and she tells me there's a bruise, and she wanted some support, and I wanted to give it to her, and I was fully present for her.
I still want to know what sort of danger you thought she might be in.
Well, I think that misstates the testimony. The declaration says she was satisfied she wasn't in danger.
Right.
The declaration,
I'll hear your argument.
thank you. The declaration says, my primary concern was to assess the situation and determine if Eliana was in any danger. I've been trying to identify with the witness what danger she was concerned about.
Overruled.
So answer the question.
Please, thank you.
Okay.
I'll ask a new question. What was the nature of the danger that you were concerned she might be in?
For me, danger is actually asking the person, do they feel that they are in danger in any way? So somebody can say that they feel that they're in danger, physically or emotionally, or, so it was basically an open-ended question to just kind of explore for her if she did feel that she was in danger, or Theo. And after talking to her, I determined that she was not.
My question is, what were you concerned that she might be in danger of?
Oh, since I heard a bruise, I wanted to make sure that she wasn't in danger with her husband.
So in danger of further injury?
Right, of any further injury.
Okay.
Or any injury in the past.
Were you concerned because you had previously witnessed some concerning behavior by the sheriff?
Could you repeat that question?
Yes. Did you have a concern that she might be in danger because you had ever witnessed some concerning behavior by the sheriff in the past?
Oh, no.
Okay. As part of your domestic violence assessment, did you ask her whether there had ever been prior physical assaults in the relationship?
Yes, I did.
Did you ask her when any such assaults occurred?
Assumes facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
Did she answer whether or not there had been prior physical assaults?
She did. She said no, that there was not.
Did you ask her whether there had been prior sexual abuse?
I did.
And what did she say?
No.
Did you ask her whether the sheriff's anger was currently escalating?
Not exactly phrased the way you did, but I asked if she had been going through any verbal abuse. I said verbal abuse, emotional abuse, physical abuse, and sexual abuse. And I actually, knowing that her language is Spanish, her first language Spanish, and we're speaking in English, I defined each category briefly and made sure, like, I asked questions, open-ended questions to see if she understood what I was saying. And in all accounts, she said no, that she was not experiencing those forms of violence.
Did you give her the example for emotional abuse of the batterer controlling money?
I don't remember the specific example, but I did define what emotional abuse was.
Okay.
I remember that.
Okay. Do you remember anything about your definition? Did it include isolation or belittling or controlling food or any of those behaviors?
I made a reference to the power and control wheel, and I said maybe later, I could show you, but I did go through the basic emotional abuse being any, basically being treated less than, with words, being put down with words, with emotions. Physical, I define it as from unwanted touching to pushing to slapping to kicking. And in sexual abuse, unwanted touching, talking derogatory body parts, and or rape or sexual assault. So that's how I define the categories.
Great.
Yeah.
And she denied all of this?
She did.
She didn't give a single affirmative answer to any of those questions?
She did not.
Okay. Did you ask her whether Sheriff Mirkarimi was threatening any physical harm to her or to himself or to their son, or, I don't know, maybe they have pets, to a pet, threatening physical harm in any way?
I did for her, and I did for Theo. And she said no.
Okay.
And I asked her if she was afraid, and I asked her if she was did she felt that she was in any danger, and she told me no.
Did you ask her whether Sheriff Mirkarimi had guns or other weapons in the house?
I did not ask that question.
Why not? Isn't that a standard indicator of dangerousness?
Objection, compound.
Sustained.
Why not?
I don't know. I mean, we were having a conversation, and I was going through as much as I could go through. I'm working telecommuting from home. I'm working, and I get a call, and I'm doing the best that I can to try to see, if she's in any danger or if she needs any support.
So you just didn't think of it at the time?
Yeah.
Would you agree that having guns in the home is a risk factor for further violence?
Yes.
Did you ask her whether she was threatening to leave the sheriff or to take their son?
I did not ask that.
Would you agree that the danger is heightened when the victim is threatening to leave?
Absolutely.
Did you ask her whether the sheriff was ever drinking or using drugs during this time period?
No.
Would you agree that drinking or using drugs is a risk factor for violence?
Yes.
Okay. Did Ms. Lopez tell you during this phone call, this first 40-minute phone call, that she was considering making a police report?
No, she did not tell me that.
Did you discuss the impact that disclosing this incident would have on Sheriff Mirkarimi?
No, I did not.
Did she bring it up?
No, she did not.
And you didn't bring it up?
No.
Do you know whether she was considering reporting the abuse to a doctor?
Yes, she did tell me that in that conversation.
Did you give her any advice about that?
No, I told her I would support whatever she needed to do for herself and for Theo.
Did you tell her that a doctor would be a mandatory domestic violence reporter?
I don't recall that.
Do you know that for a fact, that a doctor is a mandatory domestic violence reporter?
I believe so, but I've also been out of the field for a while, so.
But you don't remember mentioning to her that that could be a consequence?
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Okay. Did you discuss anything else other than her describing what had happened and you doing a danger assessment? Were there other topics in the phone call?
Yes, I actually told her, just in case, I told her that, if anything came up for her, that, because I know sometimes women may not tell you everything. And so I told her, well, just in case, you can, speak to La Casa de las Madres, who will speak to you in Spanish, and it's an 800 number, and you can talk on the phone or you can make an appointment for counseling. And I gave her that referral, and I told her I'd be happy to give her anything else if anything came up in the future that she needed. I would try to do my best to help her, support her.
Did you discuss anything else?
She talked about custody issues.
What did she say about custody issues?
She was really stressed and panicked. She told me she had talked to a friend who was an attorney and was helping her with custody issues, but she wanted to know my opinion. And she was just really panicked about it, that she was going to lose Theo if her relationship didn't work out. And I told her, I'm not an attorney, so I'm sorry I can't help you on that. But I told her I'm sure she has rights, it's her child and biological child. And I said, but I'm not an attorney, so I can't advise you on that. So I was more listening to her.
Did she express any concern about the fact that she's not a United States citizen, but Sheriff Mirkarimi is?
She did not tell me that. She did not say that to me.
Did she have any concern that he was reluctant to allow her to take Theo out of the country?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
That they had an argument about Venezuela, and that he was, that was kind of an argument that they had. It sounded like the way she had told me, if I remember correctly, that it was an argument that was ongoing, that, he would get really stressed for her to take Theo.
But she didn't connect that then to custody? It wasn't related in her mind as she explained it to you?
Yeah, no. That was
Okay.
just in the context of talking about the argument.
Okay. How did the call end?
I had to go on a conference call. Remember, I was telecommuting that day. So this was in between having meetings on the phone. And so I had told her that I had to go, but that I would call her back if she wanted me to, or I'd be there to support her. And so she had asked me to call her back after I finished. And so I said, okay.
Okay. According to the record that I gave you, when did you have your last conversation with Ms. Lopez in that 11 o'clock hour?
So I'm sorry, I don't really quite understand the
I
question.
guess, when did you stop talking to Ms. Lopez in that first series of calls?
So it looks like, well, we had the 40-minute conversation that we just talked about. And I think we tried to connect, but when I called her back, she was busy. So we did not talk again, I think, until later in the afternoon.
Okay. So you finished talking, with that 40-minute call, that would have been about 11:58, and it looks like there's maybe some attempt to connect that was short.
I think like the call dropped, like
The
I
call
told you,
dropped.
and then like called right back.
I
And
was
then,
just hoping that wasn't my telephone.
yeah.
Okay, so the call dropped, but you mostly had the 40-minute call.
Yeah.
Are you familiar from any of the review that you've done of the materials in this case that shortly after she spoke to you, Eliana Lopez wrote a text to Ivory Madison saying, "I'm not going to call the police. I'm going to open a record with my doctor"?
I don't know anything about that.
That had nothing to do with your phone call.
Well,
Nothing
that
to
calls
do.
for speculation.
Do you have any reason to
Sustained.
believe, I'm sorry, do you have any reason to believe that that email was prompted by the phone call that you and she had?
No, I mean, I would not think so. How, I don't know, I mean, what she's doing. Yeah.
I'm just asking for
Yeah.
your reason to believe. You can't read her mind. I understand
No, I
that.
can't.
I get that.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
I don't know.
So your declaration then says, at some point in the afternoon on January 4th, I called Eliana back to follow up on our conversation and to explore if she needed any additional support from me or any referrals. Is it correct that that was at her request?
No. Well, the phone call was, but not for referrals. Like, she just wanted me to call her back. That was something that was in my mind that I wanted to be prepared if she wanted it.
And she had asked you to call her later in the afternoon at the end of the prior phone call, correct?
Yes.
Okay. This is an excerpt from page 2 of Exhibit 83, and its intent is to highlight a number of texts that run from 139 to 243. I'm sorry. It's I did not actually come prepared for the paper testimony so that I can give you a paper as easily as I would like.
Okay.
Are you able to see the screen behind you conveniently?
Not really.
Or not really?
But I can see this screen.
She has a monitor in front of
Yeah,
her.
I can
Oh, you
see.
have the monitor. Oh, that makes me so happy. I didn't realize that. Good.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm trying to highlight for you that there is a series of texts over the course of an hour and a phone call, and I'm wondering if you remember whether there was any content to any of those attempts to contact.
I don't recall. I know we were trying to connect with each other, but I was I was working from home that day, and I know that we were hit and miss, in terms of phone calls.
Okay. Do you remember any other subject matter associated with those texts?
No, I do not recall.
Okay. And then according to these records, the next time you guys connect by phone is at 3:31 p.m. in a call that lasts for 14 minutes. Does that more or less comport with your memory of timing?
Yes.
Okay. So was this the call where you offered to provide referrals?
No, in the first phone call with 40 minutes, I told her about La Casa, the
Okay.
1-800 number. And at the beginning of the next call, I picked up where I wanted to just make sure that I was doing the right thing and helping her if she was in that situation. And although she had told me no, I just wanted to be extra careful and clear. And so when we picked up the conversation, I had asked her, is there any other referrals or anything that you want? And she said no. She started talking about, again, custody issues. That was her concern.
So when you called her back, she again was raising custody issues and refusing further referrals.
She just was, it wasn't that she was refusing, she just wasn't as interested. And I realized that I just wanted to cover, just in case, that, you know, if I could support her in any way, that I wanted to make sure I was doing the best that I could to help her.
Did you talk to her about whether or not she had already discussed the incident with her husband?
No, I did not.
Do you know if she was planning to discuss the incident with her husband?
I don't know.
Do you know if did she say whether or not she was going to tell her husband that she had spoken to you?
She never said anything about that. I did tell her when we started talking at the 40-minute conversation that what we talk about is confidential. And the content of what I've talked with Eliana, I have never talked to Ross about. I've upheld her confidentiality, and I was there to support her and fully be present for her.
So it's your testimony that instead of calling a domestic violence agency, La Casa, for example, it could speak to her in Spanish and counsel her, she called you, but with no mention of her husband. Is that correct?
I'm a little bit unclear of where you're going, like
Objection,
what's
that's
happening.
unintelligible.
Instead of calling, I'll rephrase. Instead of calling a domestic violence agency for support, she called her husband's campaign manager. Is that your testimony?
That's argumentative.
Sustained.
I'll rephrase. Instead of calling a domestic violence agency for support, she called her husband's campaign manager who had informed her of a passing domestic violence background?
Objection, argumentative.
Counsel, I think that's the same question. I think we've established that Ms. Lopez called her.
Okay,
Overruled. Or sustained,
Okay.
sorry.
that's fine. Your declaration goes on to say, towards the end of our phone conversation, I could hear Eliana speaking to someone else. Eliana quickly became distraught, and I heard her cry out, "Help me, help me, help me," as she handed the phone to an unknown female. Do you know where Eliana was when you called her at 3:31?
No, I did not.
Did you have the impression that she had changed locations at any time?
No.
Okay. Can you tell me how she sounded when she said, "Help me, help me, help me"?
She sounded stressed out. She sounded on the brink of crying and tears. And, yeah, she was really stressed.
Can you repeat it the way she sounded?
I probably can't. But she was, she was like, "Help me, help me, help me." And she like I heard the phone like, make a sound.
Was she asking you to help her?
I just heard, "Help me, help me, help me." And I'm at the other end of the phone going, "What is going on?"
Okay. And she didn't tell you what was going on?
No. I was talking to her mid-sentence, and I hear her talking to someone in the background, and then I hear her yell, "Help me, help me, help me." And then the phone is bumbling, and then all of a sudden a woman says hello on the other end of the phone.
Okay. Did you ever find out who that woman was?
Only after watching the media. I never knew her name.
And who was that woman?
I figured it out from all the media. It was Ivory Madison.
Okay. Your declaration says, the woman, Ivory Madison, informed me that she had been talking to Eliana for several days about the incident and had called the police. I asked whether she had contacted any domestic violence agencies or attempted to connect Eliana with any domestic violence agencies for support. The woman responded no and became agitated. Did you think that was strange?
I did.
Did you have any understanding of why the woman would be agitated about you asking whether she had called domestic violence agencies?
The whole situation was very strange, to be honest. Just being thrown in the middle of a phone call with someone I don't even know. It was a strange situation. I was trying to do the best I could do.
Did you have any understanding of why she was agitated about your question whether she had called domestic violence agencies?
I don't know. I don't know why she was agitated.
Did you ask her?
We spoke very briefly, like it was like a minute, maybe two, barely. So we weren't having a lot of conversation.
But she wasn't relieved then to talk to you and have someone else asking about domestic violence support?
Objection. No foundation calls for speculation.
I'll allow it. It's a foundational question. Did she ask?
Can you rephrase that? Because I want to make sure I'm clear.
Sure. Did you get the sense that she was relieved to talk to someone else who is trying to help Eliana with the domestic violence problem?
I can't really speculate on what she was feeling. I can tell you what happened, what we talked, what we said, but
I'm just asking. I completely agree with you.
Yeah, I have
I'm
no
asking
idea.
for your impression. Did
Okay,
she give
that
you
call-
the impression that she was relieved?
That calls for speculation.
Sustained. There's no foundation now.
How did you get the impression that she was agitated?
Her tone of voice.
What was her tone of voice like?
She was like, "No, what are you telling me? I'm making a mistake? Are you telling me to not talk to the cops? Are you telling me to lie to the cops?" And I was like, "Absolutely not. I'm not telling you that. I'm telling you that maybe what you should do is talk to Ileana, your friend, and listen to her and respect her." I actually asked her to get off the phone and talk to Ileana because I could hear Ileana in the background, and she was saying, "This is not what I want. This is not what I want." And she sounded like she was on the verge of tears.
Did it sound like she was talking to somebody?
I just heard in the distance, "This is not what I want. This is not what I want."
So you don't know if she was talking to anybody?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you have any understanding at all about how Ms. Madison made the leap from did you call domestic violence agencies to asking whether you were telling her not to speak to police?
It calls for speculation. No foundation.
Can you rephrase?
You told Ms. Madison, well, you asked Ms. Madison whether or not she had called domestic violence agencies, correct?
Yes, after she told me at the beginning of the phone call, I've been talking to Ileana when I said, "What's going on?" Because I don't know, at this point, is someone getting run over by a car? I have no idea what is going on. Like, do we need to call 911? I have no idea what is happening. And when I said, "Hi, can you tell me what's going on, Ileana? Like, what is going on?" Ileana just handed the phone, "What's happening?" And she told me, she said, "I've been talking to Ileana for several days about an argument that she had with Ross Mirkarimi. And, he gave her a bruise, and I just called the police." And I said, "Did you, call any domestic violence agencies? Did you make any referrals or give Ileana any support around with domestic violence agencies?" And then she said, "No. Do you think I'm making a mistake? Are you telling me I'm making a mistake? Do you want me to lie to the police? Do you want me not to talk to them?" And I said, "No, that is not what I'm saying. That is not where I was going."
Did you ever offer anything affirmatively, any opinion or statement about the fact that Ms. Madison had called the police?
No.
So when she told you that she had called the police, you responded with, and only with, "Did you call a domestic violence agency for
Yes.
referral and support?"
Yes.
Okay. And so then she thought somehow, as far as you could tell from what you could hear in the conversation, that that was a response to her calling the police?
An objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
When you spoke to Ms. Madison, did you hear Eliana tell her that you were a friend of Ross's who is a domestic violence advocate?
No, I heard Ileana talking, but I didn't hear what she said.
Okay. Did Ms. Madison ask you your name?
No, she did not.
Did you tell her your name?
No, I did not.
Did you chastise her for involving the police in the situation?
Absolutely not.
Did you tell her that she was the one who had hurt and disempowered Eliana?
No, no.
Did she tell you that the police were at the door?
No, she did not.
Did she ask you what you thought she should do with the police at the door?
No, she did not.
Did she, did you advise her to refuse to talk to the police?
Absolutely not.
Did you advise her to tell the police that she had lied?
No,
Did you advise her to tell the police that she was mistaken?
no,
Or that she was talking about another couple?
no.
How did the talk with Ms. Madison end?
We had like I said, a very brief conversation, and I told her, the way it ended is I actually told her, I really think that you just need to get off the phone and need to talk to Eliana, listen to her, and respect her. And then she handed the phone to Eliana, and then Eliana was on the phone.
So what happened after Eliana was back on the phone with you?
Eliana sounded panicked and really stressed out, and she said, I want you to call Ross. I'm going to need to get a hold of him. I need you to call him right now for me and tell him what happened.
So she wanted you to tell him about what happened and not tell him herself?
That's all she said. It was super brief.
That's what she said, yes.
Yeah.
I don't know what she wanted deep inside, but that's what she told
Yeah.
you. Okay. All right. So what did you do after you hung up then?
I did what Eliana wanted me to do. I called Ross.
Okay. So just putting this back briefly, if your call started at 3:31 and lasted for 14 minutes, it would have been over around 3:45, correct? Assuming my math is correct.
I don't know. To be honest, I'll probably use a calculator.
All right,
Not
well,
a
take my
numbers
word
girl.
for it then,
Okay, all
unless
right.
the commission has any corrections.
Okay.
Okay, so that conversation finished at 3:45 or thereabouts. And the next thing that Exhibit 83 reveals is two texts that I'm highlighting. There are texts that are found on page 2. One is at 3:47 p.m. and the other is at 3:53 p.m. And there are texts from you to Sheriff Mirkarimi. Can you please read me the texts that you wrote at 3:47?
Sure. I wrote him and said, can you call me? It is urgent regarding Eliana.
And what about at 3:53?
I need to talk to you to protect you. Call me.
Why did you write, I need to protect you?
I wrote that because I had just finished being on the phone earlier with Eliana, and Eliana, we had gone through even a screening of domestic violence, and Eliana had, from her lips to my ears, told me that she was not in a cycle of domestic violence abuse from what she had talked to me in the conversation. And yet, I'm in a situation where hearing a woman that I don't even know who this woman is, she says she's calling the police, or she called the police, and I hear Eliana on the verge of tears saying, this is not what I want, this is not what I want, help me, help me, help me. And my thinking was that something sounded fishy. Something was fishy, something wasn't right. And the first thing I thought is they needed legal protection, both Eliana and Ross. And so that's what I meant by that.
Is it unusual in your experience as a domestic violence counselor for a domestic violence advocate to get in touch with the alleged batterer and tell him she needs to protect him?
Objection, relevance.
I'll allow that one. Overruled.
Yes, but when you have Ileana Lopez, who you're there to support, and I'm listening to her and being present to her, and she asks me to call her husband, I'm going to do what she asked me to do.
Why didn't you say, I need to protect you and Eliana?
In the heat of everything, I was moving as fast as I could to support her.
But your focus had been Eliana up until then, right?
My focus has always been Eliana.
Okay. So your declaration says, along with the testimony you just gave, I respect Eliana Lopez's confidentiality and was fully present for Eliana, regardless of my previous professional relationship with Ross Mirkarimi. And do you find that statement consistent with your text message of 3:53 saying that you need to talk to him to protect him?
Objection, calls for speculation, argumentative.
Overruled.
Yes, I just explained to you where I was coming from when I wrote that.
So if I understand correctly, by him you meant he and Eliana?
They're family.
Okay, they're family. And at that point you perceived them all to have common harmonious interests?
No, I went, well, yes, that they needed legal protections, but when I did talk to them, I said they each need to have their own attorneys. That was my suggestion, so that Eliana was protected, Ross was protected, and they can each.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. Sorry, searching for the proper paper. Okay, here we go. So you texted Ross Mirkarimi coming up on 4, late in the 3 o'clock hour. And again, according to Exhibit 83, there's a series of phone calls. Actually, I'm ahead of myself, but it's all the same series, really. There's a series of phone calls where Sheriff Mirkarimi joins this conversation that had been happening really just between you and Eliana Lopez for the first time. According to these records, on the 4th, the first telephone contact between the sheriff and Ms. Lopez is at 4:23. Then there's a break where nobody's talking. And then at 5:12, he calls you. At 5:20, he calls Ms. Lopez, talks to her until 5:24 for 4 minutes. And at 5:24, he calls you back. In the meantime, according to these records, at 5:24, Ms. Lopez calls Ms. Madison. So there's a series, as I understand these records, and you can correct me if you have a different recollection or understanding, and I'm actually inviting that.
Okay.
As I understand these records, this is the hour and the time when the conversations back and forth begin, and that you're having them and Ms. Lopez is having them, according to these records. Here's finally my question, were you aware that the sheriff and Ms. Lopez had connected on the phone by the time the sheriff called you?
No, I did not know that.
You were unaware that they had talked?
I was totally unaware.
So in your mind, you were breaking all this news to him for the very first time?
Yes.
What did you tell him?
I told him that Eliana was looking for him and that she really needed to talk to him. So answer her phone or her calls, her texts. And I told him that a friend called the police about their argument where he gave her a bruise. That's what I told him.
You told him nothing else?
Nothing else.
Did he ask you how you knew about this argument?
He did, and I just said, well, I talked to Ileana, but what we talked about, that's going to be between me and Ileana.
Did you tell him that you talked to this person who had called the police?
I said I talked, at the time, at that moment, I did not. But later I did say I talked. I never talked about the content of what we talked about, this unknown woman, which now we know is Ivory Madison. But I did tell him that I talked to, I guess, a friend briefly, Ileana's friend briefly.
And what did you say you talked to her about?
I never talked about the content.
And he didn't ask what you were talking to the person who called the police about?
Actually, he did not.
Okay. So far I understand, and tell me if I've missed something, that you told him that you were aware there was an argument that caused a bruise,
Yeah.
that Eliana was looking for him, that a friend had called the police,
Mm-hmm.
and that's it.
Yep.
Was there anything else?
Nope.
What did he say to you?
I think he was, he was kind of shocked. I think one, it's like, I'm saying a lot in just like a sentence or two, and it was hard for me to deliver that. But Ileana asked me to, and he seemed kind of a little taken aback, but then he was open to the information I was giving him.
Did he tell you he already knew this stuff?
He did not tell me that.
So that phone call, let's say the first phone call you had with the sheriff at 5:12, that lasted 7 minutes. So I'm wondering if there's anything else that you remember from that phone call.
I don't
I
recall
think
any.
that question's been asked and answered.
I'll allow it. Overruled.
I don't recall anything else.
Okay. And you don't recall anything else that he said?
That's asked and answered.
Sustained.
Did he tell you to do anything in that phone call?
No, he did not.
Okay. Did you make a plan to speak with him again?
No, I did not.
Did he ask you about the text where you said, I need to protect you?
He didn't ask specifically about that text. We just started talking.
Okay. So you didn't talk about how he needed to be protected or anything to do with protection?
Well, now that I recall, you're jogging my memory right now.
Okay.
And, that's when I did say that it just sounded really fishy. It sounded like Ileana wasn't being respected. And that's basically the extent of the conversation. And it sounded really fishy. And I told him that I think that both him and Ileana need to get separate legal counsel.
And did you make a plan to follow up about that?
No, we did not make any plan.
Did he ask you to make a recommendation on legal counsel?
He did ask me.
And did you seek out recommendations?
I gave a suggestion.
Did you give it in that call or in a subsequent call? Do you remember?
I believe it was later in the day.
Okay. So according to this first blurb, the 5:12 call that lasted 7 minutes, that would have gone to about 5:19. And then at 5:20, according to this, the sheriff calls Ms. Lopez. I'm wondering if at the end of your phone call, he told you that he was going to call Ms. Lopez.
I don't recall. All I know is they were trying to connect with each other. That's what, to my understanding, Ileana was trying to reach him, and now he's going to try to reach her, and they need to connect.
Okay. So he speaks to her for 4 minutes, and then according to this, he calls you again right after he talks to her for 2 minutes. Do you know what that was about?
I don't recall. I'm sorry.
Okay. Did he tell you by any chance, to jog your memory, that he had spoken to Eliana and asked her to call Ivory Madison?
No. I know he did not say that.
Okay.
Counsel, how much more do you think you've got left?
I've got, let me check. Half an hour?
Proceed.
Thank you.
How much time have we been going?
Maybe an
90
hour and a
minutes.
half by the time we got situated.
Okay, so the one thing is, I have a newborn baby, and I'm breastfeeding, and I do want to have a little break to, at some point, if we're going this long, just to check on my baby, maybe.
Ms. Haynes, any time you need a break, you tell me, and we'll
Okay, well,
take that break.
I guess with my attorney, if my wife needs me, would you maybe check on her? We'll keep going unless I'm needed. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay,
No
thank
objection
you.
from me.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Unless I'm right in the middle of a really sticky question. Okay. So I'm going to head back in time just slightly. I sort of skipped ahead to kind of explore what the sheriff knew and what you told him and what that all meant. But now I want to go back to a series of calls that the records show that you had with Ms. Lopez. Okay? So this is from page 2 again. It's the first call of substance. There are a number, by the way, as we're going through these records, there are a number of like attempts to call each other, you know, that are for like 0 seconds or 10 seconds or whatever. So I'm not really counting any of that in this narrative. When I talk about calls that I'm seeing in the records, I only mean ones that seem long enough to have substance.
Okay.
But, you know, you're welcome to check the records or correct me with your recollection, anything like that.
Okay.
Okay. So after the phone call that went from 3:31 to about 3:45, and then you texted the sheriff, the next real substantive interaction is a phone call that you make to Ms. Lopez for 16 minutes. And this would have been the first contact that you've had after that weird conversation with Ivory Madison that you were describing.
Okay.
And Eliana seeming very upset.
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember the content of this conversation?
I just remember at that time that Ileana was very upset, and I was just present and there to support her and to listen. She did state that this is not what she wanted. She said that to me.
Did you give her any suggestions for how to handle the situation?
No. I was there to listen and be present for her and to just validate, like, her feelings, you know?
Did she tell you how she was thinking of handling the situation?
No. She was just upset, and she just was, like, needing to talk.
Okay, so it was more like emotional venting and support than planning.
That's right. That's
Okay.
right.
Did you talk about any further referrals at this point
No.
that you remember?
No.
Okay, so
Not that I recall.
solely, I'm sorry.
Not that I recall.
So to your recollection, this is solely emotional support, nothing else.
Yes.
Did she give you any more details about Ivory Madison or who she was?
No, but she did say that she felt betrayed. That's when she was emotionally like, I feel betrayed, and, you know, she felt really upset.
Okay. So this phone call at 3:56 lasts for 16 minutes, which takes us to maybe 4:12. I'll give you my calculator if you want.
Okay.
Do you want it?
No, that's okay.
Okay. And I wanted to ask you about what happened next, even though you didn't do it yourself. But 2 minutes after you get off the phone with her, she emails Ivory Madison and she writes, "Dear Ivory, I hope you respect my feelings and work with me in a healthy way without to mess it up. This is my family and my son's dad." Did she tell you, does this help you recollect that she was drafting an email to Ms. Madison while she was
Objection.
talking to you?
Objection. Assumes facts on evidence.
Sustained.
Did you have, based on looking at this email, do you now have any recollection that Ms. Lopez talked about emailing Ms. Madison during your phone call?
She never talked about emailing Miss Madison during my phone call.
Okay, so this email, to the best of your knowledge, is completely independent of anything you talked about.
Absolutely. I had no knowledge of this text until this moment right now where I'm looking at it, the screen.
Okay. All right, so just to keep the timeline intact, that was 4:14, right? You finished at 4:12, she emailed at 4:14. At 4:14, then you called Ms. Lopez back for approximately a minute. I don't think I kept anything that was less than a minute because I didn't want to do anything that wasn't connecting. But do you remember whether there was a 1-minute substantive communication at that point?
No, I don't recall.
So do you have any sense at all whether there was content to that?
No, but I do think during that time period, I just was hoping that Ileana did connect with Ross because it was like trying to connect,
Right.
and I just wanted to make sure, before I kind of went off with my day that, that she had connected with Ross, and that was my concern, that they
Okay.
talked to each other.
Okay. So at 4:16, then, Ms. Lopez, and this is just 2 minutes after her last email, sends this to Ms. Madison. Hello, dear. I have been calling social workers, therapists, and lawyers. I don't want to make impulsive decisions because Ross is a victim as well. He couldn't escape from his circumstances. How you said, he could got married with a shy quiet, but he got married to me, that face and scream, if I have to be heard. I want to teach that to Theo as well. Were you aware that Ms. Lopez was drafting this email?
No.
Did she discuss at the subsequent phone call, 4:18? Oh, wait, I'm sorry, that wasn't to you. I apologize. Does this help you remember whether or not at the 4:14 call there was substance to that call?
No.
Okay. Is this email, the way that it's written, consistent with your observation of Ms. Lopez's language abilities?
Like I said, I think I've only seen one email, maybe two, during the campaign. So I don't think I'm really a good judge for that question
Okay.
you just asked.
Did you draft any portion of this email and send it to Ms. Lopez to then send to Ms. Madison?
Absolutely not.
Did you draft any portion of the prior email at 4:14?
No.
Okay. I'm informed that you need to take a break.
Okay. My son's probably crying right now.
Okay, let's take, how much time do you need, Ms. Haynes, do you think?
I'll try to speed him along.
Just-
If he can, I would be there for an hour, but probably 15 minutes. That's the shortest I think I can.
Absolutely. Take your time and just let us know when you're
Okay, thank
when
you.
you're done.
Thank you.
In the meantime, how's our court reporter doing?
Could use a break.
Okay, let's take 10 minutes. If Ms. Haynes is not back, I want to deal with the evidentiary objections to the Lopez declaration, and then we'll put Ms. Haynes back on. So 10 minutes, 7:05, please.
Don't mind at all.
Okay, that was a...
Okay, we're back in session. We still don't have Ms. Haynes, so let's turn to the objections to the Lopez Declaration.
Commissioners, if I might raise a matter that's come up in the course of the hearing.
Sure.
There's at least one member of the audience who has a small recording device who's sitting next to us, and I've requested her not to use it in our proximity so that she doesn't overhear attorney-client communications and attorney conferences. She has declined to stop doing that, and I think that given the past of various people using their recording devices to infringe on the mayor's work product and attorney-client privilege at prior hearings, I'd like to get an order from the commission that the only individuals that should be permitted to use an audio recording device or a video recording device should be those credentialed members of the media who are here.
Mr. Kopp, any response?
No.
I am sensitive to that concern, and I will ask that members of the public not record the proceedings, particularly if you are sitting in the proximity of counsel. So, ma'am, can we switch her seat with someone who is? Okay, please turn off the. If you're willing to turn off the device, then we won't have a problem. Thank you. So again, no recording devices used by members of the public, please, out of respect for the attorney-client privilege. Okay.
Thank you.
The Lopez Declaration. First of all, thank you to both sides. I very much appreciate you all working together and finding reasonable accommodation on many of the objections, and you did narrow it down quite a bit for us, so thank you for that. My understanding is that there are only 4 paragraphs of the Lopez Declaration that are still at issue.
One moment, I'll check.
I haven't added them up. I wrote this, but I didn't tally it.
Okay, that's fine.
And I'm sorry if it was not in the format that anybody prefers, but hopefully it was clear.
I was able to follow it. Okay, so the first dispute appears to be with respect to paragraph 6.
Yes, and I guess they've made their objection, so I'd like a chance at least to expand upon why we think it is admissible and relevant.
Please,
Okay,
go ahead, Mr. Kopp.
The way I understand the portion of the mayor's case that deals with alleged attempts by the sheriff to...
Mr. Kopp, I apologize for interrupting you. I'm not sure that microphone works.
Okay.
It doesn't sound like it's working.
So the way that I understand that portion of the mayor's case, which deals with dissuasion of witnesses, is that the mayor contends that the sheriff persuaded his wife, and maybe other people, I don't know, to try to not have Ivory Madison communicate with the authorities, to not disclose the video. And so the reason why this portion of paragraph 6 we think is admissible is because it demonstrates that there is another much more reasonable, in our view, interpretation of what occurred, and that is that Ms. Lopez did what she did because she believed that Ms. Madison was an attorney, and she believed that her communications with her were confidential. Now, in our view, it doesn't matter whether or not that view has been upheld or not in the courts. It explains her actions. And it explains them in a way that is consistent with innocence rather than any guilt on the sheriff's part. So that's why we believe that the remainder of that paragraph that we could not agree on is admissible.
Mr. Keith?
With regard to Ms. Lopez's belief whether an attorney-client privilege existed, it's stated elsewhere in the declaration and portions that we haven't objected to. This level of detail and getting into sort of a factual battle about the types of facts that pertain more to whether there might have actually been an attorney-client privilege would seem to be a waste of time and not relevant at this point in the case where the existence or not of an actual privilege is not an issue.
Any questions for either of the parties from the commissioners? I would be inclined to sustain the objection. Any?
I guess I would be inclined to, although I think the relevance may be tangential, I would be inclined to let that portion in that there hasn't been a stipulation to cross out it, which is line 7 and starting with N in line 8, which they stipulated that that would go out. I think I'd be inclined to keep it, to overrule the objection.
So I understand that the portion that's been stricken begins with and ends with attorney on line 7. And the rest of it is what is in dispute. Any other comments from the commissioners? Views on this particular paragraph?
I think I'd probably allow it just for background evidence. I think it's fine.
Any dissenting view from that? Okay, I think it should be overruled in light of the views of the commissioners, and we can weigh the evidence as we will. We have no jury here. Okay, paragraph 10. Mr. Kopp.
Yes. Thank you. Again, part of the disputed portion of this paragraph supports and buttresses Ms. Lopez's belief that she was dealing with Ivory Madison not just as a friend but as an attorney. And it explains in large part why the videotape itself was made. And so I think it's highly relevant to dispute the mayor's assertion that this attorney-client relationship was made up after the fact by lawyers. So that's why we see this as admissible and highly relevant.
Mr. Keefe?
Again, I mean, I think our arguments on this point are much as with the other paragraph, that these more go to the existence of an actual attorney-client privilege than Ms. Lopez's reasonable belief, and plus, just the form of it is argumentative.
I would be inclined to overrule this objection. Any dissenting view from my fellow commissioners? Okay, that objection is overruled. Paragraph 21. Mr. Keefe, do I understand that the only portion of 21 that you are objecting to is the portion that says, as that is the way the law is in Venezuela?
That's right.
Okay. Mr. Kopp?
Well, we offer this not to show what is or is not the law in Venezuela, but to, again, support her belief that whether or not Ms. Madison had passed the bar and obtained the license to practice law here, because of Ms. Lopez's knowledge of what the law is, or her understanding of what the law is in Venezuela, that supported her belief that she had a privilege that existed between her and Ms. Madison. So, and I don't want to repeat the arguments that I previously made as to why that's relevant.
And from our standpoint, if this is offered with the caveat that Ms. Lopez doesn't actually know what the law is in Venezuela, but this is simply what she believes, that's fine. We just don't want to get into a side battle about the law of Venezuela.
And we would agree to that.
Okay. The objection is overruled with the understanding that we will interpret Ms. Lopez as not actually knowing what the law is in Venezuela. Paragraph 25.
It's much the same argument that I have already made, but in response to the mayor's suggestion earlier that we don't need to get bogged down in the details about all this stuff, well, I have to disagree with that, because If Ms. Lopez knew these things, it would add credence to her belief that Ms. Madison was an attorney. So, you know, you need facts to build the foundation for a belief, and we think that these are the building blocks for that belief.
Mr. Keith?
With the exception of the first sentence, which does actually state a fact to which Ms. Lopez could plausibly have personal knowledge, the rest of this is just argument. It's collecting stuff from the Internet without a showing that Ms. Lopez ever saw this or that it ever influenced her view as to whether Ms. Madison was an attorney as of the December 31st, January 4 time frame. This is just stuff from the Internet that appears to have been cobbled together and added to the declaration. And so there, you know, that's one of the reasons why we raised the foundation objection as well as the argumentative objection.
I'm inclined to agree. I think other than actually the first sentence and the last sentence, I would be inclined to sustain the objection. Any dissenting view from my fellow commissioners?
I'm sorry, may I
Mr.
just
Kopp,
be heard
please.
briefly? Whatever the commission's ruling is on this, if the testimony of Ms. Lopez does establish that she knew some or all of these, I'd just like to be able to revisit that issue. I mean, if you rule as you've stated you are likely to do, I'd like to be able to revisit it after her testimony.
In other words, in order to establish foundation for her knowledge of these
Correct.
matters. Well, it's redirect, so I guess that's we'll see if you get that opportunity. But the objection will be sustained with respect to starting with line 5, in fact, her words, through custody of Theo on line 16. Otherwise overruled. Okay, I don't think there are any other objections to Ms. Lopez, if I understand the parties' stipulations correctly.
If there's one.
Did I miss one?
Is there?
28, I
28.
think.
Yeah.
Ah. But- Okay, sorry, I did miss that. Mr. Kopp.
So this is a little bit of a different issue here, and we did agree that one phrase can go out. The reason why we think the remainder of this paragraph should be admitted is because the opinion of Ms. Lemon, the domestic violence expert that the people have proffered, is that Sheriff Mirkarimi exhibits the characteristics of an unreformed batterer and has made statements typical of such people. And we think that this directly rebuts that opinion testimony. Now, I mean, I also don't think Ms. Lemon's testimony is relevant and should be admitted for any purpose, but I have a pretty good sense that the Commission is going to accept the majority of it, and if it does, then we think that this would rebut at least that portion of her opinion testimony.
Mr. Keith?
You know, I think given that there's been a stay-away order in place since January, I don't see a foundation for Ms. Lopez to offer these opinions about the sheriff's behavior or perspectives or attempts to be a better parent or spouse since this incident occurred. I simply don't see the foundation for it. Its argument, I mean, it is good character testimony, which is permitted under some circumstances, but really it's mostly argumentative, and it just seems to lack foundation given that they've had no contact since January 13.
I'd be inclined to overrule the objection. Any dissenting view from my fellow commissioners? Okay, that objection is overruled. Okay, so I think now we've got all of them.
Yes.
Right. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Ms. Haynes, thanks for your patience. Sorry about that. Ms. Haynes, let me remind you that you're still under oath.
Yes.
Hi, welcome back. I'm just going to take 30 seconds to clip these papers together so that I will be a super speedy cross-examiner, which I know is what we would all like.
I will hold you to super speedy.
I know you will. All right. So I was actually in the middle of a line of questioning, and I would like permission to go back and just go over 2 sheets that we had already covered to briefly refresh where we were.
Counsel, I mean, unless the commissioners would find that helpful, I was following along pretty closely, and I feel like I know where you are.
One question back.
Commissioner Sedley is after one question. Rewind one question, and then let's go forward.
Okay, well, I believe my last question was along the lines of, did you help, is this working now? No. Did you disconnect it? Oh. Oh, is it that simple?
No.
There we go. Thank you. All right. I believe my last question was along the lines of, did you help Ms. Lopez draft, or did you draft on her behalf, the emails that she sent to Ms. Madison at 4:14 and 4:16?
No, I did not.
Okay. The next call that these records reveal between you and Ms. Lopez is at 5:27, and it lasts for 4 minutes. Do you have any recollection of what that call's about?
No, I don't.
So it would be over at, let's say, 5:31. 5 minutes later, as it happens, Ms. Lopez emails Ms. Madison and says, "I'm so sorry, you misunderstood everything." Does that jog your recollection about what your phone call was about at 5:27?
No.
Did you draft that email for Ms. Lopez to send to Ms. Madison?
No, I did not.
At 6:41, you called Ms. Lopez again, and the call lasts for 5 minutes, so until maybe about 6:46. And half an hour later, Ms. Lopez emails Ms. Williams, and she says, "Callie, please, all I told you today is confidential. Please, don't repeat please. It was too dramatic." Was anything about that 7:13 p.m. email the subject of the 6:41 p.m. phone call?
No, it was not.
Do you remember what that 5-minute phone call was about?
No, I don't.
So at 7:23, you call Ms. Lopez, but for 30 seconds, I'm assuming that's a misconnection or maybe a message at most, right?
A drop call.
And call me maybe.
yeah.
Yeah.
A drop call, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. But in any event, she calls you back 5 minutes later, and the call lasts for 11 minutes. Do you know what that call's about?
No, I do not.
Okay. So then that call ends at, I believe, 7:39. And 7:47, Ms. Lopez emails Callie Williams and says, "Don't talk to the police if they ask you." Does that jog your recollection about any portion of the phone call at 7:28?
No.
Did Ms. Lopez, to the best of your recollection, ever tell you that she was going to send an email like that to Ms. Williams?
No.
Did you help her draft that email?
No.
This lady's still holding up her recording device.
She's right behind you.
Yeah. Commissioners, is it a recording device, ma'am?
It's a pen.
Is it also a recording device, ma'am? You told me it was earlier.
I did because you were bothering me.
Counsel, let's not engage with the...
Okay, Commissioners, the citizens said to us that this pen was a recording device.
Because you were bothering me. You already don't like that I'm holding these.
Okay, ma'am, I'm talking to the council. If you could please just give us a moment here. Can the sheriff look at the pen, please? Okay, let's proceed, counsel. If it's
Sorry for the interruption.
Thank you, ma'am. Sorry for the inconvenience.
If I may just point out, I don't know if the full commission is aware because the correspondence, to the best of my knowledge, did not go to the full commission, but there was a community member at a prior meeting who surreptitiously filmed my texting during the meeting, and that's one of the reasons why, and it was an attorney-client communication. That's one of the reasons why we're sensitive to this issue right now. We're not just upset about pens.
Can I just say something?
Please?
No, we're done with this topic. I understand your concern.
Thank you.
We want to protect the attorney-client privilege, but let's focus on what we're here for.
Thank you. Sorry. Okay. You know, your declaration mentioned, well, it didn't just mention, your testimony in your declaration said that you talked to Ms. Lopez on the morning or, early in the day on the 14th. And then there was you mentioned one subsequent phone call for the purpose of referrals. Are you surprised to see this large number of phone calls between you and Ms. Lopez on the 4th? Does that comport with your recollection?
Yes, I recall.
Oh. And do you have any recollection of the content of any of the other calls beyond the first two?
I was basically providing support for her, just emotional support. Since she had called me at the beginning or somewhere in the afternoon and had told me this and looked to me for support, I wanted to be there for her as another woman to support her for whatever she was going through. So I would check in with her, like, are you doing okay? Are you okay? Because she was very, very upset.
Okay. So you called her to offer emotional support at 5:38 and just like repeatedly throughout the day at short
That's
intervals.
right, especially when she called me and wants me to call her back.
Okay.
The support just doesn't end as soon as the phone call's over, especially when she wants to keep talking to you.
I agree with you that support is important and an act of friendship. I'm
That's
not
right.
disputing that at all.
Yeah.
I was just asking you about the number of phone calls since your declaration only referenced two, right?
Objection. Counsel's testifying.
Sustained.
I'll move on.
Thank you.
Here's another call you made to Ms. Lopez that we haven't discussed before. This one is at 5:38, and it lasts for 5 minutes, and I put my other paper away, but it comes shortly after the final email. I apologize. See, I clipped all my papers together, and it was going to be great. It comes after the final email that Ms. Lopez wrote to Ivory Madison. I'm just about to establish the time. There we go. Okay. So you had spoken with her at 5:27 for 4 minutes. She emails Ivory that last email, I'm so sorry, you misunderstood everything. And that is the last email in the record of Exhibit 83 for the communications. And shortly after that, 2 minutes later, you call Ms. Lopez again for 5 minutes. Do you have any recollection of the content of that conversation?
No, I do not.
Do you remember Ms. Lopez telling you about emailing Ms. Madison, that she misunderstood everything?
No.
Okay, wait, sorry. PowerPoint would have been so much better. So from 5:38, you talked for 5 minutes. That brings us to 5:43. And I found an error on what I was doing. This is supposed to say 5:43 to 5:47. There's a flurry of 4 attempts by you to call Sheriff Mirkarimi, but none of them are successful in these records. Then you text him, call me. Do you know what you wanted him to call you about at that point?
I don't recall. Most
Okay.
likely it was just checking in to see if they were okay.
Okay, so to the best of your recollection, you're trying to provide him that same sort of support and check-in.
And make sure him and Ileana are connected.
Okay. At 5:51, and this you may recognize this from the paper, Ileana texts to Sheriff Mirkarimi, "You have to call Hennessy and stop this before something happens. Ivory is giving the investigators everything. Use your power." Now, from the 5:38 phone call that you had, did you know that Ileana Lopez was going to text the sheriff and suggest calling Michael Hennessy?
Absolutely not.
She didn't tell you about her planned communications with the sheriff?
No, she did not.
Had she talked to you still in any way about a plan that she was forming for dealing with the situation?
She did not.
She only shared her emotions.
That's right.
Okay. After that text at 5:51, there's a series of back and forth between you and Ms. Lopez. 2 1-minutes. Those are probably, not connecting calls. And then at 5:57, you talked to Ms. Lopez again for 7 minutes. Do you recollect the content of that call?
No, I do not.
Did she tell you then that she had texted the sheriff and suggested calling Mike Hennessy?
No, she did not.
Okay. So in the middle of that phone call, 5:57 to, 6:04, Sheriff Mirkarimi texts Ms. Lopez a response to her prior text. "I cannot, and neither can he. You have to reject Ivory's actions. We both do. I cannot involve new people." Did she tell you about getting that text?
No, she did not.
Do you know what it meant, "I cannot involve new people"?
Calls for speculation.
I'm asking.
No, I do not.
Okay. Okay. So that text comes in at 5:51. Wait, no, that's wrong. I apologize. That text comes in at 6:01 in the middle of a phone call you're having with Ileana Lopez that lasts until about 6:04, okay? So you hang up from that phone call at 6:04, and then you call Sheriff Mirkarimi. Do you know what that was about?
I don't recall.
At 6:05, just after you've connected with Sheriff Mirkarimi, Ileana Lopez, who you just hung up with, texts the sheriff and says, "Don't write any other thing. Answer Lynette's call. She has some advices." Do you know what that's about?
I don't know what that's about.
What advice did you have?
The only advice I had is what I had told you, was that they both needed to get attorneys separately.
Did you tell her to stop writing texts?
No, I did not.
Did you tell her to tell the sheriff to stop writing things?
No, I did not.
How did she know that you were going to call the sheriff, if you know?
I don't know.
And the advice was just the legal counsel again.
That's right.
At 6:06, she offers another suggestion to her husband. You may not know anything about this either. You should not be in a public space and maybe go to sleep with Pat. Do you know who Pat is?
I don't know who Pat is. I mean, the only guess I could think of is Ross has a relative named Patricia.
Okay. Did you give any advice that he should not be out in public and maybe should not sleep at home?
No, I did not.
Okay.
Counsel, you're now past your first estimate and your second estimate.
I'm doing my best.
If there's a best you're saving for last, I would get there.
Okay. I'm there.
Thank you.
Moving off of January 4th.
Okay.
Okay. So here's some text from Exhibit 81, and you can see maybe, you probably can't see, I'm sorry. This is a text from January 8th at 12:08 a.m., and you just are checking in about much less serious stuff now, which must be a relief. Sorry for the editorializing. Didn't mean that. So you write, curious, what is the salary range of your chief of staff? Back to the prior conversation. And the next text says, I still need to send you the resume of someone I think would be good. We were too busy before. Do you know what you were too busy with? What does that refer to?
I was pregnant and really getting ready for my baby boy that I have now. That's probably what it was.
Okay.
And trying to still work at the same time with my job.
Okay, so that wasn't a reference to this whole flurry of activity
No.
on January 4th?
No.
Okay. But you still feel confident after that whole scandal and everything erupts around January 4th, which it did quite publicly, that you can still make suggestions about a chief of staff to the sheriff?
Objection. Argumentative relevance.
Overruled.
So answer the question.
Please.
If I have good people to refer, then I would refer them.
Okay. Here's my last exhibit. This is also from Exhibit 81. It's a little further along. It's a text from you to Sheriff Mirkarimi. It's on January 12th. It's at 9:42 p.m., and it's very lengthy. I wanted to put it all in just so that, the context is there. Although what I really want to focus on is the last part of the text. Do you want to read this part first?
Yeah, because I
understand.
I want to read the whole thing. Do you have a copy, or I can look at it? Look at this. Okay. 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 But can I have it while you're asking questions to me?
I need the last page for the overhead.
Okay.
You should be able to see it.
Okay.
If you can't see it,
Okay.
I'll make sure you have a copy.
Okay.
It is in Exhibit 81, but you have to flip around for it. Can you see that clearly? I can't. Okay, there we go.
No, but I can see this.
Okay. So this is a text, and I just want to start at the very end, like right here. Can you read that for me to the end?
Why don't you start from the beginning so the whole context is put into context?
I just want to read from the end. You're welcome when I ask you questions to give context.
Okay. And remember who came out against you. When time passes and you are out of the clear, I and Kim will express to Beverly how disappointed we are with her. Innocence before proven guilty. This will pass. Stay strong. We are with you and Ileana.
Okay. So Who is Beverly, who you're referring to?
That's Beverly Upton.
And what are you disappointed in Beverly Upton about?
Relevance.
Overruled.
Beverly Upton's been a friend and someone I've worked with, and I've always supported the DV Consortium, and I've supported whatever I could do with ad backs for domestic violence. I have put myself out there, and I really respect her. I've respected her. I was really disappointed in how there wasn't an investigation about what was going on with domestic violence, and yet people were doing rallies and before information or investigation really came out. So that was my disappointment. And then also, you know, I heard from the community saying, oh, we care so much about Ileana and Theo. And honestly, I was just shocked that there was a rally and Ileana was walking into City Hall and they didn't even know who she was. And so my disappointment was that that Ileana and Theo were not at the center of these conversations and their well-being. And that's what I meant by that.
By January 12th, hadn't Eliana Lopez already told you that her husband had injured her in a domestic dispute?
She said he bruised her arm, but she said that he wasn't a batterer and what they were making him out to be.
So in your mind, on January 12th, he was an injurer but not a batterer.
Objection. That's argumentative relevance.
I'm trying to...
Sustained.
Okay. Can you help me understand why, in your mind, the fact that he caused an injury during a domestic dispute was not the same thing as domestic violence?
Objection. Relevance.
You can answer that one.
I believe that no one should ever lay hands on anyone, and people should be accountable for what they do. So I am not excusing that he laid hands and put a bruise on his wife. That's wrong. My problem was that there was not an investigation that was happening, and actually an investigation where it seemed like they were really seeking the truth and trying to find out what was going on. And why did I know this? Because Ileana, who's at the center of what is going on, is letting me know that people aren't really trying to find out what really happened. And instead, we are looking and, the media is coming out with fabrications and media lies and on an every other day basis. And I know this because, Ileana talked to me directly and told me her story. And I listened and I believe her. Why would someone call me? I wasn't seeking out her. She called me and wanted to talk and wanted to tell her story. And, if, in fact, with domestic violence, you had referred and you had said, isn't it true when someone is in a domestic violence relationship, when they want to leave their batterer, that it's more violence can happen? In fact, like homicide, that's usually when, if a batterer is going to hurt the person or the children, it's when the person leaves that person, the batterer. Well, I had a real problem while I'm watching, off and on with the media. I try not to listen too much, but to hear every other day or whatever is in the media and they're talking about domestic violence and leaking, the DA, is leaking information about the case. If they really cared about Ileana and Theo, and if Ileana and Theo were really in a situation of extreme physical abuse, then with all the leaks and everything that they put out there and fabrications, they could have been killed. And I was very disappointed in how that domestic violence unit handled the situation. They did not have an investigation. They did not seem like they were looking for her safety. If she was one of those women that was in the situation, she could have been hurt and so could have Theo. Thank God that she wasn't. Thank God that she wasn't.
And why were you disappointed in Beverly Upton about how Eliana could have been in more danger because of the way the investigation was conducted?
Counsel,
That's
I
asked
think
and answered.
you have an answer to that question. Sustained.
Okay. On January 12th, in that text, you wrote, "Innocence before proven guilty." Did you know when you wrote that Sheriff Mirkarimi had actually committed domestic violence against his wife?
Objection, relevance.
Counsel, I think you have, I mean, she has said that she knew about the bruising of the arm on January 1st, so we know that she knew it at the time of this email, if that's what
Okay.
you're trying to get at.
Okay, well, as long as you know, I'm fine with that. Did the sheriff ever admit to you, I know Eliana told her side of the story, but did the sheriff ever admit to you that he injured his wife?
He did.
When did he do
it's,
that?
I think that day when I had to call him because Ileana asked me to. I believe he did mention it, and he was ashamed of it, and he felt it was. He said it was wrong, that he did.
Okay. Did it change your views at all about the domestic violence movement or the advocates and what they did and who was against him, these sentiments in this text? Did it change your view at all when the sheriff pleaded guilty?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
When you were speaking to the sheriff either on July 4th or afterwards, did he ever tell you that he felt as a chief law enforcement officer he had a duty to make sure that the investigation was unhampered or that witnesses cooperate?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
No, he did not.
When you were speaking to the sheriff either on January 4th or afterwards, did he ever tell you that he was working to live up to a professional standard of unflinching honesty and full accountability?
No, he did not.
Did he ever express to you in conversation or in any other means any concern about the effect that his actions both on December 31st and subsequently would have on the sheriff's department?
No, he did not.
Mm-hmm. Did he ever thank you?
For winning the
Objection,
election?
vague.
Did he
Sustained.
ever thank you for everything that you did to help Eliana and him on January 4th and afterwards?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Almost done. So your declaration says, and I think this is probably the important point at the end of the day,
Okay.
at no time did I dissuade any witness from talking with the police or cooperating in an investigation.
Yes, I did not.
But you tried, didn't you, when you spoke to Ivory Madison?
No, I did not.
And you coached Eliana about what to say to witnesses to get them not to talk to police, didn't you?
I did not.
And you sent her emails that she could cut and paste and send on to those witnesses, didn't you?
No, I did not.
And you encouraged her to make phone calls to Ivory Madison and continue to try and dissuade her from talking to the police, didn't you?
No, absolutely not.
And your declaration also says, at no time did Ross Mirkarimi ask me to help dissuade witnesses. But he knew that you were trying to clean up the mess he made with his wife, didn't he?
Objection, that's argumentative.
Sustained.
He was counting on you on the 4th to help him get past scandal and to soothe Eliana, wasn't he?
Objection, no foundation, calls for speculation, argumentative.
Counsel, I haven't heard the foundation for that. I think you've asked and you've gotten negative answers, so I'm going to sustain that objection.
You told him that you tried to get Ivory Madison to send the police away, didn't you?
No, I did not. I never did.
He never knew that from you.
No.
And he knew, didn't he, on January 4th, that Eliana was working with you to try and keep Ivory Madison and Callie Williams from talking to investigators, didn't he?
No foundation, calls for speculation,
Sustained.
argumentative.
Did he ever indicate any concern at all about what you were doing in the middle of the situation on January 4th?
Objection, vague.
Sustained.
Did he ever express any concern about the appearance of having his campaign manager in the middle of this scandal and talking to witnesses on January 4th?
No. There was no... No.
So then he never approached you about wanting to set things straight or to make it clear that your role had nothing to do with being campaign manager?
Objection vague.
Do you understand the question?
I actually don't understand the
Okay.
question. Can you rephrase that, please?
Sustained.
Can you reread the question? Because I'm not
Yeah.
She
quite
doesn't
sure what I
understand
said.
it. Try it again, please.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Was he ever concerned? Well, maybe put it this way. Did he ever approach you about trying to make clear, either privately to the witnesses or publicly, why you, as his campaign manager, were involved in the events of January 4th?
Objection
No.
relevance.
Answer's in.
Are you aware of any time that he's ever spoken out about your role and his understanding of why you were enmeshed in these events on January 4th?
No.
Okay. That's all I have.
Okay.
Any redirect, Mr. Kopp?
It's going to be brief.
Dare I ask how brief?
5 minutes. Good evening. It's Ms. Peralta Haynes, right?
Yes.
Okay. My name's Shepard Kopp. I'm one of the lawyers representing Sheriff Mirkarimi. And have you and I ever met?
No.
Have you and I ever even spoken?
No.
Okay. Well, it's nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you, too.
Now,
Maybe
you were
in
asked.
better circumstances, though.
Yes,
but, yeah.
me too. You were asked some questions earlier in the evening about not speaking with an investigator or other representatives from the city attorney's office or somebody sent by the mayor. You remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember someone trying to contact you?
Yes.
And why was it that you did not speak with that person?
From the beginning, since all of this started when it was first in the DA's hands and then now it's in the hands of the city attorney, I told the investigators, all the investigators, that I was pregnant. So from the beginning, I was, I think, 4 months pregnant, and then this time around, the second time around, I was like 7 months pregnant. I'm older. It's my first child. So they considered me a high-risk pregnancy, and I was having some health complications. And so I told the investigator that I was pregnant, older, high risk, and that my doctor had said that I needed to avoid stress. And so I let him know that at that point when they had asked me to come in, that I needed to really respect my doctor because my child is the most important thing, for me to focus on.
Okay. And after you communicated that to the investigator
Yeah.
from the city attorney's office, did that person leave you alone thereafter?
No, I
What-
actually felt harassed. They came to my work a couple of times. They came to my house. I had an investigator and a police officer come to my house on a Sunday evening, like when the sun was about to go down. And when I opened up the window, they just said, hey, we want to come in and talk to you. And I was like, who are you? And then they had to show me the badge. I wanted to see the badge. And I said, no, thank you. I respectfully declined. They just wanted to come in my house and just start talking to me.
Well, how did that make you feel?
I felt like that made me feel really unsafe. And it made me feel harassed, and it made me feel very stressed.
And were you concerned about how that stress might affect your health and the health of your baby?
Yeah, my baby was the most important, what I was trying to focus on and try to, I'd always want to cooperate and, to be honest and just come and talk about what happened. I've never wanted to not cooperate. But the way they were harassing me, it was very, very stressful.
Okay. Now, you also were asked several questions about your loyalty as the campaign manager for Ross Mirkarimi. You recall those questions?
Yes.
And do you, and I think you testified that you felt like in order to be a campaign manager for somebody, you had to believe in what they stood for. Is that right?
That's right.
And why was it that you agreed to become the campaign manager for Sheriff Mirkarimi?
For Ross Mirkarimi or Sheriff Mirkarimi, I really believed in what he wanted to do. I believed he had a track record. When I look at a candidate, sometimes candidates can say a lot of things and it can sound really great. But I want to hear, what have you done to make it happen? What is your track record already? And Ross Mirkarimi had a track record of really looking out for diverse communities. for really, changing the landscape in his district for safety, for public safety. And he really had a connection and really understood the prison industrial complex. And he really understood about people having another chance. And instead of us as taxpayers paying for people to be locked up, to give people an opportunity to be accountable for their actions and to have an opportunity to make a change and be a productive citizen. And so I really believe that he would continue to build upon Sheriff Hennessy's legacy. And honestly, like, I see campaign management as kind of a duty. Like, if you can do it for the good of the community, you do it. It's not something you do for money, in my opinion. It's not something that I want to be a business. I have another job. It's something I do for my heart and from passion. And, I believe Ross is a compassionate, Ross Mirkarimi is compassionate to people, and will give them that chance and make San Francisco a better place. He already has.
Okay, and you were also asked about the fee that you were paid to serve as his campaign manager. You remember that?
That's right.
And that was for a period of how many months? 6, 7 months?
2 months.
Oh, 2 months, okay.
2 months.
Okay. Now, was that fee a big enough sum to get you to lie under oath for the sheriff?
No fee
Objection.
would be a price for me to lie under oath.
And is everything that you've testified to tonight absolutely truthful?
Absolutely truthful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kopp. Ms. Haynes, is there something you wanted to say?
I guess I'll wait.
Okay.
Very briefly.
1 minute.
Okay, very, very briefly. Do you remember the name of the city attorney investigator you dealt with?
I don't recall, but I do have it written down.
Did you ever meet him?
I met the investigators that came to my work and then to my house.
Do you recognize him here today?
It's been a while, so no, I'm not clear.
Are you sure that someone who came to your house with the police was a city attorney investigator?
Well, they gave me their card, and so one was an investigator and one was a police officer. And I still have their cards, I believe.
Okay. The city attorney investigator, do you remember whether any time before he sought you out, he tried to call you?
Oh, it's you, right? With the...
Our investigator's here.
Okay, so, yeah, I think...
So can we have the record reflect who she's just identified?
Yeah, I don't know who you're pointing out.
The gentleman next to the gentleman with the glasses.
So it's the gentleman in the blue shirt.
Yeah.
His name is George Cothran.
Yeah, and he came also early in the morning and kind of like jumped out.
Yeah, had he tried to call you to arrange appointments?
And from the beginning, I was very respectful, and I told him exactly what I said in the court. I said that I'm pregnant, and he had someone on the speakerphone, too. He put it on the speakerphone. He said there was someone else there. And from the very beginning, I told him that, I respectfully declined because I'm pregnant. I'm high-risk pregnancy. It's my first child. I'm older, and I'm having some health problems. And so I told him that I really had to focus on my son. And he said, "Is that really the reason?" And I said, "Yes, that is really the reason."
Did someone tell
Counsel,
you?
This is a very ancillary issue. If you
It is
have
ancillary.
1 or 2 questions that go to something that is really at the heart of this, then we'll allow it, but I don't want any more ancillary
One last question. Did you understand that Mr. Cothran was trying to serve a subpoena?
That was the last time. That wasn't the times that was at my work. Standing outside my work for 20 minutes and, talking to my supervisor at numerous times after we had this conversation when I respectfully declined.
Could you have resolved the problem by simply accepting service of the subpoena?
Objection. That assumes facts, not evidence. It calls for speculation. It's irrelevant.
Sustained.
That's all.
If I may, can I say just one thing before I leave?
Ms. Haynes, we actually, the commissioners may have questions for you, so
Okay.
you're not
Okay,
quite done.
okay.
Sorry about that. Let me open it up to my fellow commissioners if there are any questions for Ms. Peralta Haynes. Commissioner Studley.
Hello, thank you for being here.
Hi.
I'd like to go back to about 10:55 in the morning of January 4th. I noticed that there were, at that point, 3 text messages from Ms. Lopez to you. And I wonder if you recall whether there were 3 of them at 10:55 and 10:56 because they were so long that you had to roll over, or if they seemed to be separate messages. Can you recall back to those?
I remember she gave me, it was that first text, and it was a really long text. And I gave you the gist of the text. I can't tell you exactly what she said, but it was one text that was like bloop, 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 like 3 texts.
Do you remember how the initial email began? The first one of that series, when you opened it, what was the first thing that she was saying?
I don't remember. I don't remember the exact verbiage, but it was, that she had a fight, an argument with Ross, and that she needed to talk to me, and that was the gist, and that it was really important that she talked to me.
Did she ask you to call her?
She did. I believe she did. Yeah, because she didn't call me. She wanted to talk to me, and I believe she said, "Please call me."
Did she say why she was reaching out to you in particular?
She never has told me why she reached out to me.
Did she say what she wanted?
Only at one time, one of the second phone calls, I bluntly asked her what she wanted, because after that 40-minute call that we had, and then I realized, there was a lapse of time because I had to do the telecommute call. I had called her, texted her back. She wasn't ready to talk because she was busy with something with Theo or something was going on. And then when we actually talked, I remember saying, here I was like, oh, do you need domestic violence, referrals? Like, and I was just wanting to just be sure, just in case of if she was telling me, if she wasn't telling me everything, just in case. And she was really focused on the custody issues. And then I thought, I better just ask her again. So I asked her bluntly, and I said, could you tell me what support you need in general? And could you tell me, what support do you need from me? Like, why did you call me? And she said that she really wanted to make it work with her husband. She talked about her relationship, and she wanted, more relationship. She really respected what he did, and that he did really good work, and but that he worked a lot and he wasn't around as much. And she wanted to have, a little bit more in her relationship. And so she told me that she wanted to get some marriage therapists, that maybe they work together and really try to work it out. And if he didn't, she wanted him to prioritize that. And if not, if it didn't work out, that she wanted to make sure she had custody. And that's what she told me. But I told her that that was not my expertise or anything like that. I can ask some friends, but and see if I can help her in that way.
I counted quickly, I admit, 16 calls to and from you on that roster that you were shown up until 4:14, and then 30 calls between 5:12 and 7:28. That's about 45 calls and texts back and forth. Can you remember how you felt during that time? What was your mood and state of mind?
I think it was a very stressful day. It was nothing that I thought, I'm just at home telecommuting, and it was very stressful. And I knew that Ileana wanted to get a hold of Ross and communicate with him, and I just really wanted them to communicate. And yeah, I think it was just very stressful and strange, being thrust into with someone I don't even know who's on the phone. Who that is, so. And just wanting the best for them is really, and making sure that Ileana, is taken care of and she's okay.
If you I'm going to give you two words. One is connecting people, helping them communicate, you mentioned. Another is problem solving. Does one or the other or both of them describe what you were trying to do that afternoon, or is there a better term for it?
I think support, emotional support is what I saw, I think that I was trying to do for Ileana once she had reached out to me. And referrals if she needed them, but she didn't seem like she needed them. I mean, she said she didn't need them.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
But she was appreciative to get them.
Sorry.
Other questions
Thank
for
you.
Ms. Peralta Haynes? Commissioner Rennie.
Good evening, Ms. Haynes.
Good evening.
I appreciate that we're putting you under a lot of stress under all the circumstances, and
Yeah.
I don't want to go over too many of the things that have been covered.
Okay.
But one thing I would like to do is, I understand it, prior to January 4th, you had not had general communication with Eliana.
Yeah, no communication.
And you had this phone call that lasted approximately 40 minutes on January 4th.
That's right.
Now, I recognize that we're talking 7 months ago, and memories fade, but tell me as best you can recall what she said to you. And I understand you won't maybe know the exact words, but what information she conveyed to you in that first 40-minute conversation.
I mean, it's pretty much what I shared today, what I recalled, and sprinkled throughout all the conversations or the questions. But ultimately, she let me know that there was an argument. I depicted what she had told me. I shared everything she had told me about the argument that she had with Ross, to my recollection. And then that's when I had said that sometimes an incident could be something more, it could be connected. Maybe there's more incidents. And so I said, I wanted to see if it's okay if I ask you a few questions and we can talk about it. And what
This
we talk
is in the
confidential.
first conversation.
That's right.
You started questioning her about whether there were prior occasions?
Yes, and I went through the different forms that I had described to Ms. Kaiser, about the different forms of domestic violence that I was able to share. I'm not an expert, so I just did the best that I could, and I put out the different forms and made sure that she knew that, what those meant, and because of the language barrier, and asked open-ended questions. And then at some points, just direct questions.
But what answers did she give you insofar as what had happened on the December 31st occasion? What did she say?
Exactly what I said today. I mean, I didn't get the full everything. I got basically different parts of what she had said, that they had gotten into an argument about Venezuela, about how they were yelling back and forth at each other, that she stepped out of a car, she didn't care about making a scene, and that's what she had told me. And then she said she had a bruise on the arm, but she didn't depict anything more than that. I didn't get all the details.
But you concluded from that description, did you not, that it was what you called in your declaration as a domestic violent incident?
I would say so. That's in my opinion.
Yeah, that was the conclusion you came to at the end of the very first conversation.
Yes.
And the second conversation that you had with her, which occurred within the hour of the first, which lasted again for, I think it was an hour, a minute and 55 seconds. That was your next conversation with her. What was the substance, what was said in that conversation?
I don't recall. Sorry.
And when you spoke with her in the, strike that.
In the first conversation, she also talked about custody issues, right? That her stress about the custody issues, so, which I had talked about today.
Now, in the first conversation, how would you describe her tone of voice or her demeanor, to the extent that you could draw some conclusions over the phone?
I guess troubled, stressed, wanting to get information about the custody issues. Yeah.
Are you saying your first conversation was that she wanted to, you initiated the call to get information on the custody issue?
Well, I find that's what she talked about near the end of the conversation, and she was really kind of, how would you say, kind of forceful or not, just really wanting to talk about that. When I was going through kind of an assessment of domestic violence and trying to see if it was a cycle and seeing if she needed any support and kind of providing information and referrals, and then seeing, it was open-ended questions. Was there anything else that she wanted to talk about? Like, did she, what kind of support, trying to probe what kind of support I could provide as a person, as a woman, as someone that cares about women and social justice and community. But near the end of the conversation, she was very, I don't know what the word is, but just really stressed about the custody, as I talked about the last part of the conversation.
And going to this second conversation, which I think is at 3:31 in the afternoon, it's approximately 14-minute conversation. As you sit here today, can you separate out what was discussed in that conversation from what you discussed in the first?
Was that the longer conversation after the 40-minute conversation, the first? Which one was that?
The first conversation, that were extensive conversation on this schedule.
What time? I don't have anything in front of me, so I don't want to
You don't have that
misspeak.
exhibit in front of you?
Or where would I look? What page?
Exhibit
are you at?
83.
Okay. So where were you at?
The first conversation that you've described for us took place at 11:18 a.m. for 39 minutes and 28 seconds.
Okay, I don't know if I'm following you. Okay, I don't know if I'm following you, but
And it was,
could you help me?
Sure,
Could you
please.
show-
Thank you, Mr. Embledge.
The time.
Okay. So where's
And then
he?
you're,
Yeah, this is the first.
that's the amount, so when he tells you the time. and it's
Oh,
still the
okay.
call.
And so okay, so which time is my time?
That's what that's the first one.
Okay, that's it. Yeah, we just talked about that. Okay, so I understand now.
and that's the conversation which you told me that, at the conclusion of which you concluded that there had been a domestic violence incident.
But not a domestic violence cycle? Like, my conclusion was that she was not in a cycle of domestic violence, and my conclusion from her own words and from us talking, that she was not in danger, and that she was not afraid of Ross for
Right.
her or for Theo.
Right. But that, in that first conversation, she relayed to you the events of December 31st, 2011.
Not all the events. It's everything I've told you already, the commission as well as everyone. I didn't have all the details.
No, you only had the details that she told you, right?
Exactly, exactly.
Right. And that's, I'm saying that at the conclusion of that call, you came to the conclusion that there was a domestic violence-related incident
Yes,
that occurred on December 31st.
yes.
And then, looking again at that same Exhibit 83, if you go to look at a time period of 3:31 p.m., do you see that? It's on page 2,
Yes.
all right? And that indicates a conversation of approximately 14 minutes. And I'm asking you, as you sit here today, can you separate out what was discussed at that conversation as opposed to what you had discussed with Ileana earlier?
To my best of my recollection is that conversation, I bluntly asked her what she needed support in, generally speaking, and also what she needed support from me, and like why she called me, what did she need help with from me. Since I had already given referrals and she wasn't so interested, although she was appreciative, and she was going really kind of talking more about custody issues. At that point, I wanted to make sure, maybe I'm trying to see if there's a cycle of domestic violence or if she needs other help. I'm trying to help her as best as possible. But that's not what she was calling me about. When she was calling me about, it seemed as though, from the answer, was that she really wanted to work on her relationship with her husband. She talked about how, in that conversation, separating it out, she talked about in that conversation that she, loved her husband, that she wanted to work it out with him, but she wasn't, totally satisfied in that relationship, that he worked a lot, but she respected his work. And so she wanted to give it a try, and she wanted him to prioritize it. And that conversation is what she talked about. When I had, asked her the question, bluntly, what can I do to support you? Am I really, being here present for you? And at that time, she was talking about marriage counseling, but if it didn't work, she wanted to get custody.
So are you saying that as you sit here today, you recall that was the subject matter of your second extended conversation?
To my best of my recollection, yes.
Then at 3:56, if you continue on, if you look at 3:56 p.m., there's another conversation of 15 minutes and 36 seconds initiated by you. Now, as you sit here today, can you recall what specifically was discussed in that conversation?
Actually, I don't recall. I'm starting to get very tired, and I know we're going through time by time by time, and I'm trying to do the best I can to answer honestly and
I understand
openly.
that.
But I don't exactly recall. I can't.
Now, those two
I've shared everything with you that
the second and third conversations were initiated by you rather than Ms. Lopez calling you.
Because
correct?
she had asked me in the previous call.
Right.
This is really, she called me. She called me and wanted support. And then she would say, would you give me a call back? Or with one of the texts, she wanted to talk still. So.
Now, if you would go to page 5, I believe it is, shows another call initiated by you of about 5.5 minutes at 5:38. Do you see that?
Yes.
As you sit here today, do you recall what you discussed specifically in that conversation?
No, I don't recall.
Now, you've used the term that at some point in time you, on that day, after the series of conversations, you thought there was something fishy. What do you mean by that?
I thought there was something fishy from that conversation, which in fact I didn't know even Ivory Madison's name for several days after January 4th. And honestly, I didn't even know there was a Callie Williams. Until later I saw something in the media. So I thought there was something fishy about Ileana sounding like she's crying, and she's saying, please help me, help me, help me. This is not what I want. This is not what I want. And this person on the phone that I don't even know who it is saying that I called the police, and you hear Ileana almost crying, saying this is not what I want. This is not what I want. And this person just seemed pretty, just determined of what she was going to do. And yet, if they're friends, I thought that there was something fishy with how that was handled.
You mean you think your thinking at that time was that for a friend of a victim of domestic violence that it's fishy to call the police?
If the person who is going through with whatever he or she is going through, and a person who's supposed to be a friend just calls the police without any consent or respecting the person's feelings, or even exploring if they are in a domestic violence situation where it's a really intense physical situation and they're not doing a safety plan or looking out for their safety or their children, it seems a little fishy to me, especially if they're not in the throes of violence where they have to call the police in that moment. Yeah, it just seemed that she wasn't listening to Ileana. She wasn't listening to her friend. That's what I felt was fishy, wasn't lining up. Maybe there's a better word for that.
At that point in time, did you have any information as to for how long a period of time that Ms. Lopez may have been communicating with this woman who you talked to on the phone?
The woman on the phone said, I've been talking to her for several days, and I just called the police. And so, if you've been talking to someone for several days, I don't know. It's just, and then you're calling, like, if she was so concerned, why didn't she call earlier is what I was thinking. But I didn't know what they talked about, so I was not to make a judgment about that. I just wanted to get off the phone, and I had said, you should get off the phone and talk to Ileana, listen to her and respect her. And that's really what I wanted to communicate. I had no judgment about what she was doing.
I have no other questions.
Any other, Commissioner Han?
I realize you're tired, so hopefully this won't take too much
Yeah,
longer.
my son's probably ready to eat again.
I think we're all tired.
Yeah.
I have more general questions. You've been asked about a lot of very specific phone calls, and I would totally agree with you that to remember, 20 different specific phone calls from 6 months ago would be very difficult for any of us.
Yeah.
However, I think that January 4th must have been a very dramatic and a very memorable day for you. You said that at the end of the day you were very stressed out. A lot had taken place. So I'm just thinking, if I have a day like that and I'm describing the totality of the day to somebody, how would I describe that? And I guess that's my question to you. Would the words, dramatic apply in terms of all of the events that ensued during the course of that day? Was it dramatic for you or not really?
I don't know if dramatic's the right word, but it was very intense.
And in terms of, since the word dramatic has come up since I brought this up, would the word dramatic or even hysterical apply to the tone with which Ms. Lopez spoke to you during the course of the day, perhaps ebbing and flowing and, high points and low points? Would hysterical apply at any point? Overly dramatic, anything like that?
I wouldn't use those words. I would use that she was incredibly stressed and, like I described, sounding like she was crying, about to cry.
And was she crying on that first phone call when you said hello? And was there somebody at the other end crying or sounding very upset and agitated as you've described?
No, on the phone call she was stressed, but when she sounded like she was about to cry was when she passed the phone off to the female that we now know as Ivory Madison.
One question that has been bothering me a little bit, and this would go to the first phone call. Given your position as Ross Mirkarimi's campaign manager, and you get a call from his wife about these incidents, did you not ever feel that at that moment you should recuse yourself and not involve yourself at all with this woman? I mean, you're in a really questionable position. I mean, you're close to Mr. Mirkarimi.
Yeah.
You ran his campaign. You've acknowledged that you really did not know Ms. Lopez except for, some superficial conversation several months earlier, and that while you may have been friendly, you really were not friends or even true acquaintances.
Yeah.
So why would you feel that you were in a position to continue this phone call with this woman who was describing this incident of domestic violence to you?
Yeah.
And you had not done any domestic violence counseling for quite some time.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, like when I got that first phone call and we were talking, I had to do the right thing. I'm someone who social justice is really important to me. It's my main drive in my life. Anti-violence work and building healthy, empowering communities is what I care about. And integrity is one of the most important things to me. So this has been very, very challenging to have my name dragged through the mud, saying that I've covered up and I've lied. And, when integrity is one of the most important things to me without a shred of evidence or even talking to me. And so when I did have that call, I felt like I was supposed to do whatever I was called to do. And I will just say I'm a spiritual person, and my spirituality is the first and most important thing to me, above politics. And even if you could get benefits in the political world, I want to do what's right. And for people who know me, they know that that's what I'm about. And so when she reached out to me, I knew that I had to do the right thing and be there for her. And if that meant, whatever that meant, that's where I was going to go. And regardless of my professional relationship with Ross Mirkarimi, I was going to stand by Ileana Lopez and what she needed. Even if that brought conflict to me, I was going to do it. Because why did I get that call on that day? I still don't know. But I did what I felt like I was called to do, and I tried to be supportive of Ileana, and, I did my best.
So the idea of a conflict of interest or maybe the need to recuse yourself did not occur to you. That did not seem like the right thing to do for you.
I guess, I thought about it, and that would be the easy thing to do. I don't think in that moment that was the right thing to do. The right thing to do was to be there for Ileana, to support Ileana, whatever that meant. And so that was what I did.
Okay. Later on, of course, there are all these phone calls that have been referred to in the afternoon, calls that you initiated, calls that you received from Ileana. And somewhere along the line, you also made the decision that she wasn't in danger, this wasn't a domestic violence, I forget how you referred to it. Cycle, but rather just one incident, which you obviously made the decision that it wasn't, I don't want to say not that important, but you obviously questioned Ivory Madison's decision to call the police. And
I never questioned her. No,
I know you didn't question her, but from what you've described in your testimony.
When I sat back afterwards and I hear Ileana, who's her friend, almost crying in the background, saying, this is not what I want, this is not what I want. And right before that, having a 40-minute conversation with Ileana and point blank asking, did he ever hit you? Did he ever put you down with words? And going through the whole domestic violence, kind of going through an assessment, and she's saying no, 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 no at every turn and corner, and having open-ended conversations, and she's saying no, that wasn't the situation. It did seem like, whoa, something's not lining up.
Well, things seemed a little bit out of whack in terms of how they should be going, but I'm sure that in your experience with domestic violence victims, I'm sure you've encountered total oxymoronic behavior, if you will, where people are saying the exact opposite of what they really want to do or to happen, and that people can be very emotionally confused and not making any sense whatsoever. I'm sure that can occur. I don't know that that's the case here, but,
Sure,
would
but
you
why did she
acknowledge
call me that day?
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Oh, sorry.
For the record, you have to
Sorry.
take one at a time, please.
Okay,
Sorry.
sorry.
So, but you would acknowledge that can occur?
Yes, I acknowledge that. But I still, why would she seek me out and talk to me about it, and then we have this conversation, and then, she's letting me know, no, 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 and she wants something kind of different, that she's focused on, like wanting to work in a relationship, wanting custody issues, not excusing what happened.
Moving into another direction, you mentioned that you had never even heard of Ivory Madison, and you certainly didn't know that it was she with whom you were speaking on that phone call. However, my understanding is that Ivory Madison had actually hosted a big fundraiser for Sheriff Mirkarimi, and I'm just surprised that as his campaign manager you would not have known about it or have heard her name in that context.
I didn't work on, like I said, my focus. I mean, when you have campaign managers in different campaigns can take on different roles. I didn't work on the finances. There was a different person, I think it was Patricia, who was doing the finances, and another person that they had as a treasurer. I was really focused on organizing the volunteers and making sure we had presence, at different events, and getting out the vote. I had a different focus. I didn't, if someone wanted to give money, I was able to direct them to who was handling the finances, but I didn't work on the and there was also a campaign coordinator too, so.
Right. Okay. Well, I can understand that.
Yeah.
So my last question, though, is then at the end that you've described this day with all these phone calls and really, quite a bit of drama, really, and stress. At the end, you start out being very concerned for Ileana, but by the end of the day, in terms of how you have described it, you were really very concerned for both Ross and Ileana.
And Theo.
So I'm just, do you see any contradiction in that, or do you feel that those feelings really were the result of your being kind of in the middle and being in a conflicted position between these two individuals?
It may appear to be like that, but I also took everything one step at a time. And so meaning that, as a campaign manager, my work was to get him elected. And I did that, and he was down in the polls before I started. And so I'm proud of that. And then after that, my job as a campaign manager, of a winning campaign manager, is to help to get inauguration underway. Okay, right? So that's January 8th. I will tell you that, Ileana asked me to continue to support Ross, and to help her husband. So, I checked in with her about that, and she wanted me to help Ross. So.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Ms. Peralta-Haynes?
I do have a few
Commissioner
questions.
Liu.
Good evening, Ms. Peralta-Haynes. Thank you for your time tonight. I know it's been a long night. I do have a few questions for you.
Okay.
You testified that Ms. Lopez talked with you about making the video, the fact that she made the video, and she told you that on January 4th. Okay, so during your multiple conversations and texts with Ms. Lopez during the course of the day, throughout the day on January 4th, Did you provide her with any ideas about how to handle or deal with the situation of the video becoming public?
No, I did not.
Did you provide her with any ideas about dealing with the situation of the video being turned over to the police?
No, I did not.
And during your multiple, I think Commissioner Studley accounted, 20 to 30 phone calls and texts with Sheriff Mirkarimi throughout that day, did you provide him with any ideas or suggestions on how to deal with the situation of the video becoming public?
No, I did not.
Did you provide Sheriff Mirkarimi with ideas of how to deal with the video being turned over to the police?
No, I did not.
Okay. And then you had talked about, let me ask you this. Did Ms. Lopez or Sheriff Mirkarimi ask you for help in that regard?
No, they did not.
Okay. Now, you testified that Ms. Lopez was stressed and on the verge of tears or crying in the background during one of the conversations when you were handed over the phone. The phone was handed to you, and you ended up speaking to who you later realized was Ivory Madison. After that phone call, during the remainder of the many phone calls and texts you had with Ms. Lopez, did you provide her with any ideas about how to communicate with people who were causing her stress that day?
No, I did not.
So she didn't ask you for any help in dealing with people who were causing her to be on the verge of tears that day?
No, she did not.
Did you ask her about what the situation was with this woman who was causing her to cry?
No, I did not.
And why not?
My concern was just basically to make sure that they connected, Ross and Ileana, and that I was supporting Ileana emotionally. And after, when it sounded like something wasn't right, just to make sure that they were referred to attorneys, individual attorneys that could help them, that they are the experts. And so I just saw my role as kind of emotional support.
Okay. Thank you.
Just a couple of questions for me, and I promise you'll be done.
Okay. Save the best for last.
You haven't heard the questions yet.
Okay.
Between January 4th and January 8th, did you talk to anyone about the physical violence other than Ross Mirkarimi, Eliana Lopez, and Ivory Madison?
Probably only my wife.
Anybody else?
No, not to my recollection.
And remind me, you learned of this on, it was January 4th,
Yeah.
2012.
Right.
Okay. That's all I have.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Haynes, thank you for your time. I know it's not an easy time for you, and appreciate you and your attorney being here.
Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you
Sapphire.
very much.
Ms. Canny, maybe you should stay for a moment. No, I appreciate that. Ms. Canny, is Ms. Lopez available tomorrow as well as tonight? What is her do you know her preference in terms of when she would like to testify? I think in any event, I understand that the city attorney is going to have at least or about a couple hours with her. Is that right, Mr. Keith?
Well, yes. I don't want to make any promises on time because I'm
going to ask you to make some promises on time because if you tell me it's going to be longer, I may tell you we're not going to let that happen.
It's not going to take all of tomorrow evening, but it's going to take most of it.
Like how much time do you anticipate needing?
I think with a lot of the ground that's been covered with Ms. Haynes, I think we could probably do it in about 2.5.
Okay, we'll have to talk about whether that's feasible or not, but thank you for the estimate. So, Ms. Canny, in light of that, do you have any preference as to how we divide up Ms. Lopez's testimony?
Could I run and ask her? I mean, my couple points are that I think it's 11:30 or midnight in Venezuela. She's still on Venezuelan time, and she flew, it's like a 16 or 17-hour trip. I mean, if we started tonight for a while, that'd be okay, but my request was actually going to be that we stop about 9 or 9:30, because that's 12:30 her time. She actually goes to bed fairly early, so I hate to, it's really past her bedtime, and it's getting close past mine, too, so. But I mean, look, I can handle it, but can I just run and ask her, please, and I'll come right back?
Sure.
Okay.
Commissioners, there is, before Ms. Canny leaves, there's one other matter that we should decide tonight, which is Inspector Becker, because he is on call
Ms.
for
Canny,
tomorrow.
we don't need Ms. Canny for that, Mr.
Okay,
Keefe.
okay.
Ms. Canny, please, thank you. Okay. Let me just tell the commissioners sort of what I was hoping to accomplish tonight was the testimony of Ms. Haynes and the testimony of Ms. Lopez. It sounds like Ms. Lopez is available tomorrow, and I think in any event, some of her testimony will be tomorrow. The other thing I think we needed to decide tonight was whether we need to hear from Inspector Danielle, because if we do, we need to hear from him tomorrow as well. So I do think we need to address that issue of whether we need, I'm sorry, Inspector Becker. Becker. So while Ms. Candy's conferring, why don't we take up the issue of Mr. Becker, Officer Becker? Here is my view of the situation. I understand why the mayor had this rebuttal testimony, but I think this rebuttal testimony is completely redundant to what you have in Officer Danielle's declaration. I mean, almost word for word, your proffer is in his declaration, which has been admitted into evidence. So I would be inclined to reject the request for Officer Becker to appear for further rebuttal testimony. But I'll give you a chance to argue it, Mr. Keefe.
Thanks, Commissioners. So I think, Chairman, you are correct that his testimony would be consistent with Inspector Danielle's, but this is a factual dispute where the sheriff has said that he did not make certain statements about his... I apologize. This is a situation where there is a factual dispute, and the sheriff has said he did not make certain statements about his weapons the night he was arrested. And, it seems that if there's two witnesses to dispute what he said under oath, then that would be relevant to resolving that factual dispute. I think their testimony is consistent, but I don't think that necessarily makes it redundant. I would add also that we're submitting the incident report that was written by Inspector Becker that night, and we're also, so we're submitting that as a further statement regarding what happened that night. It is an issue that's in dispute, and we feel that although it's consistent, that doesn't make it redundant.
Mr. Kopp or Mr. Wagoner, let me ask you a specific question. Do you have an objection to the exhibits, to the incident report, and the...
It was the emergency protective order.
And the emergency protective order request being admitted?
I don't have an objection to the emergency protective order. The police report's hearsay.
Exactly.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, and I don't know if you want me to address anything else. I agree with what you said earlier.
Well, let's see if there's a dissenting view among the commissioners first. Is there a dissenting view with respect to Officer Becker?
No.
Okay, then the request for Officer Becker to appear as a rebuttal witness is...
Yes, please.
Overruled. Okay, I see we have Ms. Lopez. Good evening.
Good evening.
Ms. Canny, can I have you at the podium, please?
Yes. I just was trying to clean up a little.
So what is the resolution?
The preference, Commissioner, would be to start this evening, maybe go for a half hour or so. Is that okay? Half hour, 45?
Okay, how about if we go till 9:30?
Okay, that's perfect.
Is that acceptable to the parties?
That's fine.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Eliana, is that okay?
Yes, I just need a little bit water.
Yeah, I asked somebody to go
Okay,
get you
good.
some water.
Thank
They'll
you.
get you some water.
And Mr. Keith, I want to open this up to the commissioners as well, but what I would like to do is say, I expect, in light of what's in these declarations, that you should be able to get through this in 2 hours. I'm not saying that's necessarily a hard stop, but I think it's going to be helpful for us if we can plan, and so I think I would recommend that be your expectation as to how much time you're going to have with this witness. Is there any objection to that from my fellow commissioners? Okay. 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 Ms. Lopez, before we begin, I have just a couple of questions for you. We have on standby a interpreter, Spanish language interpreter. Would you like to have the services of the interpreter available to you?
Yes, that
Okay.
would be better.
Okay, so where is the
Wait.
interpreter?
Yes. Well, I was thinking someone that maybe if I want to speak and I'm confused about something, I can ask for words, because it's not.
Here's what I would recommend. I recommend we have the interpreter available. If Ms. Lopez feels that she needs the interpreter
Exactly.
to understand a question or to provide an answer, then the interpreter is available for your use. But
Yeah.
otherwise, you're free to
Yes,
answer
I don't
in
need it
English.
all the time. Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
Right.
Yes.
You just
Okay.
said is what I thought we'd asked for the interpreter for, so that's.
Okay. Perfect. Okay. Now I got it.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Will the court reporter swear in the witness and the interpreter, please?
If the interpreter would stand and raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly state that you will, to the best of your ability, translate the questions propounded in this case from the English language into the Spanish language, and answers given to those questions from the Spanish language into the English language.
Yes.
Ms. Lopez?
Yes.
Raise your right hand. Thank you. You do solemnly state, under penalty of perjury, that the testimony you may give before the San Francisco Ethics Commission in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Thank you.
So,
So am I being requested to remain silent
Yes.
and only
Please.
speak if I'm being requested to?
Yes. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Gracias.
Mr. Keith, please proceed.
okay, thank you.
I'm sorry. I'm so thirsty.
okay. Good evening, Ms. Lopez. My name is Peter Keith. I'm a deputy city attorney.
Good evening. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, too.
Yeah.
Now, did you fly in today?
No, I fly Monday at night, late
Okay.
at night.
Monday night, okay. And you've been away from the United States since March 25th of this year?
Yeah, I think that is the right date.
Okay. Would you mind moving the
Yes,
microphone
sorry.
a little closer? Thank you. Okay. And when will you be flying back to Venezuela?
Objection, relevance.
Will you be here tomorrow night?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And,
Move on, please.
okay. So, Ms. Lopez, I'd like to ask you some questions about how your life in Venezuela has been between March 25th and when you just flew back a couple of days ago. Do you still own a home in Venezuela?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Commissioners, I request some leave to establish some of the background facts about Ms. Lopez's current situation because it will bear on issues of bias and credibility.
What's your proffer?
Well, it's that Ms. Lopez has a thriving life in Venezuela now, and that she was going to want to be careful about upsetting that by doing something to doing something that would be counter to the interests of the sheriff. And I think it's going to become clear shortly.
Okay, we'll give you a little bit of leeway to get there.
Ms. Lopez, do you own a home in Venezuela?
Yes.
Okay. Is that where you've been living?
Yes.
And do you have family nearby in Venezuela?
Yes.
Your father is close by?
Yes.
Okay. You've been spending a lot of time with him?
Yes. He had a major surgery the last week.
Yes. And you'll be going back soon so you can be with him?
Yes, I was sleeping with him in the hospital
Yes.
for 3 days.
Now, before you came to the United States, you had a successful career as an actress in Venezuela?
Yes.
Okay. And since you returned to Venezuela in March, have you worked on any film projects there?
I start rehearsals, and I'm going to start my shooting the next movie I'm going to do on Monday.
Okay. Have you already been working on any movies?
No.
Okay. And,
No, at this moment.
okay.
Okay.
Before the movie that you're going to start work on Monday, did you work on a different movie in Venezuela since you went back?
No.
Okay. And how long is that project expected to last that's going to be starting on Monday?
I think it's going to be like 20 days.
Okay.
I don't have all the schedule.
Okay. And your son Theo has been with you in Venezuela since March 25th?
Yes.
Okay. Is he in Venezuela right now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
Is he being well cared for?
He's with my mom
Okay.
and my dad.
You trust them to take good care of him?
They are better than me.
That's how I feel about my parents.
They are actually right now watching this hearing. Even it's midnight. They're in Venezuela.
I don't know what my parents are.
And they don't, and the nice thing is they don't understand English. So that is love and support.
This 2 hours is going to go pretty quick if we keep doing this.
So, and do you feel that Theo is safe in Venezuela with you?
I feel now at this moment, even that is an irony, he's safer in Venezuela than in San Francisco.
And is it important to have your son with you?
Absolutely.
And one of the reasons you were able to take your son to Venezuela is that your husband gave his consent for you to take Theo to Venezuela. Is that correct?
Yes.
And your husband actually signed a document that was filed with the family court giving his consent for you to take your son to Venezuela.
Absolutely.
And that there was a document that he had to sign in March in order for you to leave this country with Theo?
Yes, we are a family. All the decisions, even that we are apart, we make all the decisions together. Now through lawyers, but we are a family.
And then you had to get an extension of, you applied to the court to get an extension of time to be in Venezuela with Theo?
Yes.
Okay. And your husband had to consent to that extension of time?
Absolutely.
Okay. And then once again in June, you had to obtain the consent of your husband in order to remain in Venezuela with Theo with you?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, currently, the court sets these deadlines, and you have a deadline that's toward the end of August for for when you have to come back, unless, of course, you obtain another extension, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. And to stay with Theo further past August, you'll have to get your husband's consent again.
Absolutely.
And this, do you have another film project that's lined up for you after the one that's going to start this Monday?
No, at the moment.
Okay. Are you working on lining up another film project?
Excuse me?
Are you working on arranging another film project for you to work on after the current one?
The situation that we are is that my husband was suspended without pay. So that was one of the reasons that I moved to Venezuela. So I can work and I have my own home. And to live in Venezuela and have maybe better life that we have here is like cost 25% of the cost here.
So we are not like una carga para Ross.
It's not a burden for Ross.
So I'm taking care of me and Theo, and Ross can be focused in what is going on here.
Okay. I'm glad that you gave that answer because these were some questions I was going to ask you in a couple of minutes. But I want to go back to the question that I asked you, which is, do you have this film project starting on Monday that's expected to take about 20 days?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And then are you working on lining up another film project to follow that one?
Well, no, I don't have anyone yet.
Okay. Now, up to now, your husband has always given his consent for you to stay stay with Theo in Venezuela.
Yes.
Okay. And that consent, as you just said, allows you to support yourself and Theo in Venezuela.
Yes, because we don't have any money.
Okay. Now, your husband could stop giving that consent at any time.
How do you know?
Are you sure that he's going to give consent next time?
How do you know? We don't know. We are not there.
Okay. Are you sure that your husband's going to give consent in August?
Of course. I don't know if he's going to do it, but we will make the decision as a family together.
Okay.
What is the best? Maybe at that moment he is the sheriff again, so I can come back.
Okay. So, Ms. Lopez, just for your own information, the process will take a little longer, whatever the result might be.
Well, that means that maybe,
Yeah.
I don't know, we have to wait.
Now, Ms. Lopez, you have in the past considered divorcing your husband?
No.
You've never considered divorcing your husband?
No.
Ever?
No. Really serious? No. We have been talking about that, but
Okay.
we never make any decision.
When you say we've never made any decision, what do you mean by that?
We didn't make any decision about to split or get divorced.
Okay, you mean you and your husband together never made any decision about
Exactly.
that? Okay, but I want to focus on your own thoughts about whether or not you want to divorce, whether or not you've ever considered divorcing your husband. And perhaps this is something where the interpreter may
No, I
be
can
able to
understand
assist.
everything
Okay.
you're saying, yes.
Okay. Is it your testimony that you've never considered divorcing your husband?
Well, that's asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay. Have you seriously considered divorcing your husband?
Asked and answered.
Counsel, I think you have the
Okay.
answer. He said no.
All right. Ms. Lopez, you executed a declaration in this case?
Counsel,
I'm sorry.
hold 1 second. Commissioner Sedley, do you guys have something? Commissioner Sedley, do you have something to say?
I did want to clarify, Ms. Lopez, did you respond that you talked about divorce but never made a decision about it? Was that your answer?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So you have talked about divorce, but you haven't made a decision whether to divorce.
Exactly.
Okay. And you've discussed the potential for you divorcing your husband with people besides your husband.
Again, sorry?
Have you discussed the possibility of divorcing your husband with friends?
I think what I did was in which position I am if we decide to get divorced.
Okay. So you've discussed with your friends what the consequences of a divorce might be.
If we decide together to get divorced, which one are my rights and how is the legal situation in a divorce?
Mm-hmm.
Like looking for information, that I did.
Okay, so you have looked for information about what would be your rights in the case of a divorce.
Yes.
Okay. And one of the issues that would come up in the case of a divorce from your husband is
And actually,
Ma'am,
I
can you
wasn't.
let me finish
I'm
my
sorry,
question?
sorry.
Thank you. One of the issues that would come up in a divorce would be what the custody arrangements would be for Theo.
Yes.
If there were to be a divorce with your husband, the current arrangement you have regarding the custody of Theo would change.
Sorry, I think I have a little tired. Tell me
Okay.
again.
I'm sorry. If you feel too tired to understand my questions, then please say so. Okay, and
Okay, try again, and I will try to
okay.
respond.
If you were to get a divorce, then the arrangement that you have right now, where you're in Venezuela with Theo in your custody, could change.
I'm not looking for divorce right now.
And I'm going to object that calls for speculation.
I'm going to overrule it. Can the interpreter interpret the question?
I'm sorry to be confusing.
No.
Mr. Keith.
I don't know.
Okay. So you realize that then in the United States, when there's a divorce, the family court does make an order regarding the custody of children in the marriage.
I don't know.
Okay. You've never...
I never been there. We didn't make any decision. I was just looking for information.
Have you ever sought out any advice about custody, about the consequences for custody of a child with divorce?
That was the information I was looking for when I talk with. We are talking about Ivory Madison, of course.
Actually, I'm not. I'm not actually talking about Ivory Madison, ma'am.
Well, that is the only friend. I was friend and lawyer that I know she's a lawyer, so that was the only information I got.
Okay. Ma'am,
I was looking for, sorry.
Ms. Lopez, I'm going to ask you about your conversations with Ms. Madison later.
Okay.
I just want to...
Maybe we can shorten the period.
I just want to get a...
I'm sorry.
Ms. Lopez, I
I'm sorry,
appreciate
I'm
it,
sorry.
But we need to question answer.
Okay.
Thank you.
You realize that if there were a divorce, that the court would have to make an order about who gets custody of Theo.
I think so. I don't know.
And you in fact have been very concerned about what would happen in the case of the divorce with regard to the custody of Theo.
Yes.
Theo was born here in the United States.
Yes.
And he's an American citizen.
Yes.
Now, you currently do have permanent resident status in the United States.
Yes.
When did you obtain that status?
January, I think.
Okay.
We start all the process in March the last year, I think.
Okay, but you finally got
My green card.
the green card
In January.
In January. So after the December 31st incident.
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you still a citizen of Venezuela?
Yes, you can have both. If I decide to be, I'm not citizen, American citizen, so I
Still a
have to be
citizen of Venezuela.
someone citizen, yes, somewhere citizen.
Okay. So you are still a citizen of Venezuela?
Mhm. Yes, of course.
Okay.
And I will be forever.
So you'll never relinquish your Venezuelan citizenship?
Never.
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
As a Venezuelan, you can have about 2 or 3 citizenships.
Okay. Now, if there were a divorce between you and your husband, do you expect your husband to consent to you having custody of Theo in Venezuela?
Objection calls for speculation.
It goes to state of mind and bias.
Overruled.
I don't know what his position could be in that situation.
I'm not asking about what his position is. I'm guessing I'm asking
What I would like?
What your expectation is about. Based on what you know about your husband, would you
No,
expect
I
him to
think
agree to
as-
that?
I'm sorry.
Okay, one at a time.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
Ms. Lopez, if you could just wait for the question, and then Mr. Keith, wait for her to finish and before
Okay.
you start your next one.
So,
Thank you.
Ms. Lopez, based on all the arguments, discussions, conversations you've had with your husband in the past, would you expect him to consent to you having custody of Theo in Venezuela in the event that you divorced?
I think we have to work on that. If we get divorced in a year or if we get divorced in 25 years, I don't know. It's completely different. I don't know.
Well, if you get divorced, if you were
Maybe in 25 years, if we get divorced, I'm working here and I don't need to go back to Venezuela. I don't know.
and
But I think your point is like, in the same way I do not want to take my son away of his dad if we get divorced at some point, hypothetical point. In the same way, of course, I don't want anyone taking Theo away from me. So, as a family, always we have to be together, making the decisions together, and looking always for the best for Theo. And I'm sure I will expect, and I'm sure Ross will agree with me.
Now, your husband has told you in the past that he thinks that you're trying to take Theo away from him.
Yes.
And you are concerned that your husband is a powerful man who's powerful enough to take Theo away from you.
I think that after all the research I've been doing, I think that he being an American and me being not American, being an immigrant, he's in a better position than me to gain, if he opposes, if I have to travel, I don't know. I think he's in this country, I think he's in a better position than me.
Okay. Now, what you've just said now really pertains to your husband's status as an American citizen.
What?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a time when you thought that his status as the sheriff of the city and county of San Francisco made him powerful such that he could take Theo away from you?
Are you asking me if it was a moment that I thought that?
Yes.
No.
You've never thought that?
As a sheriff, no. As an American, yes.
Okay. So you've never thought that your husband's status as an elected official?
No.
Let me finish my question. I'm sorry.
Oh, I thought you finished.
You've never thought that your husband's status as an elected official gave him power that he could use to take Theo away from you?
No.
He said that to you, hasn't he?
No.
Okay. Now, you in fact told Callie Williams that your husband told you that he's a very powerful man and can take Theo away from you. You said that to Callie Williams, didn't
Yes.
you? Okay. Were you lying to Callie Williams?
No.
Okay.
The problem is that I had this conversation. It's not that we discuss every day that we are going to get divorced. We had that conversation twice. One in March 2011, and that conversation we were talking about, divorce, and the laws and how he being American and how my position could be. And all the conversation was about 45 minutes. And so my conclusion after all that conversation was that he is powerful than me. So when I said he is powerful than me, was my conclusion in one sentence of all that conversation.
So you were expressing to Callie Williams your conclusion that your husband was a powerful man and could take Theo away from you.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that was not a nice conversation, and I got scared.
I'm sorry, you got?
Scared that maybe I can lose the custody. Scared. Yes, scared. Me asusté, sí.
Okay, thank you. Now, you also told Ivory Madison that your husband told you he's a very powerful man and can take Theo away from you.
It was exactly the same thing.
Okay.
My conclusion of that conversation, I'm not going to explain the 40 minutes conversation, but my conclusion is like, he said he's powerful than me. He's in an absolutely better position in this country than me.
Okay.
I just saw a family court here in California ruling against a woman in Puerto Rico, taking the son away from her, 4 years old, because the court said that Puerto Rico was dirty and unsafe, so it's better to be here in California. So it doesn't matter if to be with your mother is better or not. So how I feel so scared.
Okay, so even now you feel scared that
Absolutely.
You would lose custody of
It's
Theo.
why I'm in Venezuela. Because I'm so scared of all this madness.
Okay, so even now you're scared that you would lose custody of Theo in case of a divorce.
No, in this moment about custody, I am scared about all this process against us, and it's the same thing I'm saying about the court taking a boy away of his mom, because California court thinks that Puerto Rico is not a good place for a boy. That put every person from other country in a horrible situation. And that is scary.
So I want to make sure that I have a clear understanding of how you came to this conclusion that you expressed to Callie Williams and Ivory Madison that your husband was a powerful man who could take Theo away from you. Was part of that power because he was an elected official?
That's asked and answered.
Do any of the commissioners feel they need to hear the answer to this question?
It appears to me the witness wanted to answer it.
I think the witness has answered it, but let's allow it.
Okay.
Okay.
That conversation happened on March 2011. He was not even thinking to run for sheriff at that point.
Ma'am, I wasn't asking about the conversation. I was asking about your conclusion about the power that your husband has.
That was more than a year ago. So he was not even thinking running for sheriff.
Okay. He was an elected member of the Board of Supervisors at that time.
And he lose the presidents of he was not in his best moment in that moment.
Okay. I don't understand.
He was not the president of the Board of Supervisors. So it was all this movement around, so it was not like, oh, I'm so powerful and I'm going to take it away from for you.
Okay.
It was not done in that context.
Okay. So, you, in fact, think, as of January 1st, that as both an American and a politician, your husband is a powerful man, and if he wanted, he could take custody of Theo?
Objection, compound.
Sustained.
Okay. As of January 1st, wasn't it your view that your husband is a powerful man and could take custody of Theo if he wanted to in the case of a divorce?
That was my conclusion for the conversation in March 2011.
Okay. Was that your view also on January 1st?
As an American, he's in a better position, how I already said.
Okay. Now, what about as an elected official?
No.
Objection, it's asked and answered.
So, Commissioners, I'd just like to read as a prior and consistent statement from Ms. Lopez's declaration. Page 2 of the declaration.
Tell me what part.
Paragraph 7.
Line numbers?
Well, the inconsistent statement would be on lines 13 to 15. I can read I'm happy to read the whole paragraph so we know the date that we're talking about.
That's
I'll hear argument.
That's just not how you impeach a witness. So the proper way, I mean, I don't feel like I should be in the position of teaching this gentleman how to properly impeach a witness. Ask her if she made that statement. Show it to her. You don't read it out loud like this.
I'm quite aware of how to impeach a witness, and this is the right way to do it.
Can I have the last question and answer?
The last question was now, what about as an elected official? Answer, no.
I'm so dizzy. Okay.
I think you should establish more foundation, Mr. Keith,
Okay.
more directly.
Ms. Lopez, on January 1st, you had a conversation with Ivory Madison about what might happen regarding the custody of your son in the event of a divorce.
What was the date again?
On January 1st, you had...
Enero, tuvo usted una conversación con Ivory Madison acerca de...
Yes, that was the beginning of our conversation here. I was looking for advice. What is my situation if we get in a divorce?
Okay. Now, your conclusion after that conversation with Ivory Madison on January 1st and your own experience was that as an American and a politician, your husband is a powerful man, and if he wanted, he could win custody of Theo.
Oh, yes. When I went to talk with Ivory, I was scared about losing. How is my situation if we get divorced? What is my rights and what is my position and how is in a family court that? And what, after our conversation, she made me feel even more scared because she also said, as a sheriff, this is an old, she used the word old boys network, and they will, cover each other, and so you have to make an evidence, and you need something to protect yourself and fight in case you get in a custody dispute. So she told me that, of course, I have to be, my concern was right, and she used that word, all boys network.
Okay, I'll move to strike everything after yes as non-responsive.
Overruled.
Okay.
Please, we need to keep it down in here. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Your husband has told you that he's a powerful man more than once.
I think that's been asked and answered.
Overruled.
Are you asking me if he said that
Yes.
more than once?
Yes.
No.
Okay, so you're,
Actually, he never said that. That was my conclusion of our conversation. He never said, I am a powerful man.
so when you, oh.
The conclusion of the 40 minutes conversation was that he said he is powerful than me. He's a powerful man. But that was my conclusion. He never said, I am a powerful man. Like a sentence? No.
Did he ever say that he's very powerful?
No.
Okay. You said in the video that you made that he said that he's very powerful.
Yes.
Okay. You don't want your husband to take Theo away from you?
I don't want Ross taking my son away from me in the same way I will never take Theo away from him.
Do you have concerns for Theo's safety and welfare with your husband being the primary caregiver?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Have you made any agreement with your husband about what would happen regarding the custody of Theo in the event of a divorce?
Never.
Okay. Now, on December 31st, 2011, your husband offered to take you and Theo out to lunch for pizza?
Wasn't that he offered, that was the plan. I didn't want to cook on December 31st.
Okay. So you went...
I said, I'm not going to cook, we'll have to go out for lunch.
Okay. Okay. So are you saying it was your decision to go out to lunch?
Yes.
Okay. Now, everybody got into the van?
Yes.
Okay. And while in the van, you tried to have a civil discussion with your husband about going to Venezuela?
Yes.
Okay. And the discussion you wanted to have was about you visiting Venezuela with Theo?
Yes, of course.
You tried to be polite and respectful in bringing up that subject with your husband?
Well, I'm not sure if I was trying to be polite. I was not trying, I was just saying what I wanted.
Okay. Were you, and at the time that you raised this issue of bringing Theo to Venezuela, you knew that that was a sensitive subject for your husband?
Yes.
And when you raised that issue, your husband was not polite and respectful in response?
No, he got nervous, yes.
In fact, he started yelling at you?
Yes, a little bit.
He
Well,
started-
for Ross to yell is not to, his voice is so strong and big, so he doesn't have to do too much to immediately you feel like, okay,
You've
you
had
are
the,
too loud all the time, so.
you've had the experience of someone yelling at you in an angry way before.
I don't think he was yelling, I think he was not happy with that.
Okay. So your husband was not yelling at you
No,
in
he
the
was
car.
talking with his voice, who is so big
Okay.
and strong.
So
But I think he was not happy at all.
So you told Ivory Madison that your husband started yelling profanities at you in the car, didn't you?
Yes,
Okay. Isn't that what happened in the car?
yes.
So, in fact, he was yelling profanities at you in the car.
Well, how I recall is that he say profanities,
The F word.
but just one thing was the only thing he said. And I said, don't talk to me that way.
Okay.
And then he apologized, but he was not happy.
Okay. And this was happening with your son in the car as well?
Yes.
Okay. How did your husband's yelling in the car affect your son?
Objection, relevance.
Relevance objection is overruled,
I have to answer.
if you know.
Yes. Theo was, at that point, was almost 1 p.m. His nap time is at 1. His lunch time is at noon. So he was almost falling asleep in the car seat. And I do not recall he was crying in the car until the very end. Because we were having a discussion, but it was not that he was yelling, or we were having a discussion in a not a friendly way.
Okay.
But he was watching through the mirror. He was fine.
Okay. So your son did cry during that discussion, but just not till the end of it?
During all the discussion, he didn't cry.
He never cried in the
No.
car? So when you told Ivory Madison, so you told Ivory Madison, though, that he cried in the car?
Well, he cried after he grabbed my arm.
After your husband grabbed your arm?
Yes, and then I got so angry and I said, stop. And was my
We'll get
reaction
there.
who scared my son.
Ms. Lopez, please
I'm sorry.
answer the question. He'll ask another one.
Okay, at this point in the car, he's not crying.
Okay. And so it's your test. So did you ever say to your husband during the course of this discussion, argument, whatever you want to call it, on December 31st, stop, look what you're doing to our son, do you know what this is going to do to him, please stop for our son? Did you ever say anything along those lines to your husband?
No, in the car. We are now in the car, right? At this moment,
the whole fight?
he is not crying, and I didn't say that.
Okay, so in the course of the entire fight with your husband, you never said those words?
When he grabbed my arm, I said stop in a very hard way. And when we came inside the home, I said, stop right now. I'm going to cook lunch for Theo. And he was crying because Theo reacted when I yelled at him and I said, stop. And he apologized was when Theo almost woke up and cried.
Okay, so your testimony is that Theo...
And when I went inside and he was trying...
I'm sorry, Ms. Lopez. If you just let me ask my questions
Of
and if you
course.
just answer them, this will actually be over a lot sooner. So you testified that you told your husband to stop. What I want to know is, did you tell your husband, look at what you're doing to our son in the course of this argument you had with him on December 31st?
Yes, but the context is... No, it's absolutely different if you put that words in another context.
Ms. Lopez, the sheriff's lawyers will have a chance to ask you questions
Okay.
as well. So please just answer Mr. Keith's questions, and then if there will be an opportunity for other questions from the other side.
You know what?
It's It's fine with us to start tomorrow again.
Okay. Let's take a break. Ms. Lopez, let me remind you that you are still under oath, and I'd advise you not to talk to anybody between now and when you appear again tomorrow about your testimony.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for being patient.
Okay, let's excuse the witness. Counsel, is there anything else we need to talk about tonight?
I don't think so.
Mr. Keith?
Oh, Donna is there.
Nope. Commissioners? Okay, here is my plan for tomorrow. I'd like to finish with Ms. Lopez. We need to talk about the Lemon Declaration. We need to talk about the mayor's rebuttal exhibits. And we have to talk about the sheriff's request for rebuttal witnesses to impeach the mayor's testimony. Anything else? beyond that, what is this, the Flores testimony? My understanding is that, Mr. Kopp, you said you want to make oral objections to the Flores testimony?
Yes, that shouldn't take very long. I'm not going to go through it line by line. It's going to be a sort of all-encompassing objection.
Okay. We can deal with that tomorrow as well. Other than that, are there any other issues that we need to address tomorrow?
In regard
Ms.
to
Kaiser?
just in regard to the Flores testimony and the objections.
Yeah, we'll address it tomorrow.
I'll put
and
the procedural question aside, but it would be helpful if, I would at least like some notice of what the objections are going to be if they're
Can
going
you
to be
all meet and confer
entertained.
about that tonight? Okay.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Ng, was there anything that you wanted to point out?
No, you covered it.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you very much. The meeting, do we need to do the interim vote?
I don't think you need to do that at the end of the...
Okay. Okay, with that, the meeting is adjourned until tomorrow evening.
When you said